never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Areas of Florida with homes that are uninhabitable and likely to be for weeks, if not months to come. Some are total losses, sustaining massive damage or swept away altogether. FEMA has been in Florida since before Ian arrived. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell appeared on ABC's This Week Sunday morning, where she said they are working with state agencies to help those who were affected.
There is a lot of devastation. Significant damage in the point of impact on the west coast of Florida, but still homes underwater in the central part of Florida.
FEMA is on the ground helping with cleanup in Florida and Puerto Rico from recent hurricanes, including assisting with getting power back up and running. Chris Krebs, former director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, spoke about the electrical grid recovery in both places on Face the Nation.
The power teams have done a good job in Florida, and they've actually, I think, done a good job in Puerto Rico as well after Fiona. When you're looking at 10 days after Fiona, 90% of the power is restored. In Maria, that took about 7 months.
President Biden is scheduled to visit both places this week. It's been 5 years since carnage and death sent this family running into the night, leaving them separated and terrified as a gunman rained bullets into an outdoor country music festival crowd on the Las Vegas Strip. The memories don't fade, they sharpen, William Bill Henning said as he prepared for ceremonies in Las Vegas marking the date of the October 1st, 2017 massacre. Chaotic and unreal, he recalled, a human stampede. He's now part of a survivor community, thousands strong, one that's helped him sort through the horror of what happened during the deadliest mass shooting in modern U.S. history. 58 people were killed and more than 850 were injured among a crowd of 22,000. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951 8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Hurricane Ian has left dozens dead and hundreds of thousands of people whose lights are still off in Florida. Republican Senator Rick Scott joined Face the Nation to talk about the horrible experience of the storm.
We lost a lot of buildings, and so I hope the death count doesn't go up. There's families that have lost everything, and they're still struggling to figure out, if they found their loved ones.
The President and First Lady will be traveling to the state on Wednesday to survey the damage. The Suicide Prevention Hotline is quite busy these days.
The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline has seen a 45% increase in contacts, primarily in people texting or sending messages seeking help, compared to last year, according to new data from the federal government's Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration. The call center was launched on July 18th. 988 is the new 3-digit number for the service previously known as the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
And former longtime New York Jets offensive linemen Marvin Powell and Jim Sweeney died this week. Powell was 67. Sweeney was one of the most durable Jets players, starting 158 consecutive games. He was 60 years old. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to say it.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Then I do believe that is the way you close out the weekend in the Eastern time zone. So it's a good morning to our friends on the East Coast. Good evening as you get ready to close out a Sunday for our friends on the West Coast, and welcome aboard for all those in between. There you go. We'll work our way into the third day of October. Yeah, we closed out September there. Friday morning, October underway. So I hope you had a good weekend, right? And just like that, snap your fingers, it's over. A lot of action over the weekend, though, in the world of sports. Big college football Saturday, NFL Sunday, Major League Baseball playoff picture coming into a clearer view in the final games of the final series of the season before the postseason gets underway. Couple of teams still battling out for wild card spots. Many of the teams are locked in for the postseason already, but we'll break some of them down for you coming up here. Boy, it's a very soggy night in the East from New York City down to Washington, D.C. Has nothing to do with Ian. Ian finally moved offshore over the weekend, but right on the heels of Ian, we have a coastal storm that's pretty much idling just off the eastern seaboard. And that's going to be bringing a lot of rain. Where it's raining now, it may be raining for the next couple of days along the East Coast. We'll break down our travelers' weather. Well, of course, after leaving the deadly path of destruction from Florida to North Carolina, Ian finally met its demise over the mid-Atlantic late Saturday. It was kind of a raw, miserable start to the month of October. But now forecasters are tracking a new non-tropical storm right there off the East Coast. It's also being fed in part by Ian. But it's going to bring days of pounding surf, coastal flooding, windswept rain from Virginia to Long Island. Now, this latest storm actually comprised pieces of energy left over from Ian. It's going to have kind of a three-pronged effect, according to forecasters. In addition to raising winds to near damaging levels in some communities, it's going to enhance rainfall along the coast and prolong above normal tides and their effects. The breadth of this storm's impacts, evidenced by the sheer array of weather advisories that were in effect as of midday yesterday, stretching from the southeastern corner of Connecticut all the way to the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Anything from coastal flood warnings to small craft advisories to high wind warnings. A prolonged stretch of strong, gusty east to northeast winds are going to be pounding many of the beaches along the northeast and the mid-Atlantic coast right into midweek. Thanks to this non-tropical storm that's kind of parked offshore, there's an area of high pressure to the north that combines with the forces of the coastal storm, and that all kind of funnels the winds, shoves more water into the beach communities. And this is going to lead to some beach erosion, some coastal flooding around high tide especially. There is a bit of good news during this stretch in that the moon phase will not further enhance the tidal flooding. Looks like we're right about a half moon right now as it is waxing toward full. But coastal and bayside communities and some of the inland tidal waterways may experience a lot of street flooding with some roadways becoming impassable, 1 to 3 feet of water inundation above ground level. Yeah, properties amid these low-lying areas may see some water damage as a result of the flooding. Areas prone to taking on water during, say, a nor'easter in the wintertime, such as Wildwood, New Jersey, or Norfolk, Virginia. Yeah, those are areas that will probably see similar conditions for the first half of this week. Further north along the coast, areas like eastern Massachusetts, the lesser likelihood of coastal flooding and beach erosion, because you're going to be a bit further removed from the effects of the stronger winds, but you still could see some dangerous surf conditions along those beaches. I mean, we're talking winds gusting 40 to 60 miles per hour along the immediate coastline from New Jersey to the Chesapeake Bay, the Virginia Tidewater regions. Yeah, those gusty conditions could bring down trees and power lines and maybe bring some additional power outages. Yeah, locations that get a soaking rain during this stormy stretch probably going to see a greater risk to some extent of damage due to the wind. Trees in the saturated soil have a higher likelihood of toppling, even in moderate wind gusts. You factor in the rain, it's going to be kind of chilly out there. It's going to feel like you're in the 40s or even 30s at times. Kind of a reminder to those who live in this region, old man winter is not that far away. An advancing cold front, one of the most potent of the season thus far, will finally push this coastal storm out to sea Wednesday into Thursday this week. Yeah, this push of chilly air, though, may bring the first, it's that four-letter word, the first snow of the season for parts of New England coming up later this week. Yeah, much of the eastern USA going to see their first push of really chilly air coming in by later this week and next weekend. Just how cold will it get? We'll break some of that down coming up here. Again, tonight there are frost advisories for much of the north, the Great Lakes region, up into the northeast, much of New York, central and northern portions of Michigan. Frost advisories. Some areas will see a hard freeze during the overnight hours tonight. Meanwhile, man, oh man, the devastation in Florida. Several days after the fact, believe it or not, you would think the floodwaters for most would be receding. But no, matter of fact, in central portions of Florida, water levels are continuing to rise as all the torrential rains that had occurred further to the north are making their way south. Roads that had actually been opened a day or two ago now find themselves underwater once again, impassable. Meanwhile, the death toll continues to rise. Yeah, it was 23, I believe, the official number on Saturday. Yeah, it depends on where you look. Varying reports. I believe the latest number I saw was somewhere about 85 confirmed fatalities. And that number is expected to continue rising, they tell us. Most of the deaths from Ian were from drowning. According to official accounts of fatalities, officially 25 deaths had been reported tied to Ian from the medical examiner's office, but authorities are reporting far more deaths in some of the harder hit areas. You combine the tallies from the Florida Medical Examiners Commission and other deaths reported by various sheriff's offices over the weekend. I mean, it was 71 as of Saturday. And as I said, those numbers are expected to continue rising. Rescue teams haven't even yet been able to reach all of the hardest hit areas by this storm. And there's an unknown number of people still missing from the storm. Saturday, Lee County Sheriff's Office announced 35 deaths from Ian in the hard-hit jurisdiction there alone. Nearly triple the official count for Lee, released the same day by the Florida Medical Examiners Commission. Yeah, sheriff said it's with a heavy heart I say that number, but Lee County accounts for half the deaths thus far from the medical examiner's office across Florida. In Sarasota County, a 62-year-old woman found dead Friday trapped in a car, drowning, listed as the cause of death. Some of the latest reports from Ian out of Lee County, the 35 fatalities announced by the sheriff Saturday, representing the highest number in any Florida county. Lee also leads the official tallies from the Medical Examiners Commission. Governor DeSantis called Lee County pretty much ground zero for the destruction of Ian, given the severe flooding in the areas including the islands of Fort Myers Beach and, of course, Sanibel Island, which reports I saw over the weekend that Sanibel Island is essentially uninhabitable. Charlotte County, another hard-hit area. Ian made landfall in Charlotte, a county that includes Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. So far, Charlotte hasn't shown up on the fatality reports from the medical examiners. The sheriff's office in Charlotte County Saturday reported 23 deaths directly or indirectly tied to Ian. In Volusia County, facing the Atlantic Ocean on the East Coast, Volusia had 5 Ian-related drownings. Officially as of Saturday, rain-driven floods hitting that county, including the home to Daytona Beach there. Several other counties in Florida, Collier County reporting 3 drownings from Ian. Sarasota County reported 1 person dead from drowning trapped in a vehicle. 2 Ian fatalities tied to a roofing accident, and someone who collapsed in a bathroom during the storm dying of natural causes. Lake and Manatee counties, each reporting Ian deaths tied to auto crashes during the storm. There's much more to cover as the rescue and recovery operations are still underway. Several days after the hurricane had pushed out of the area. And although the numbers as far as people without power are beginning to come down, it's still an astronomical number. Underway on a Monday. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Welcome into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, underway on a Monday. Trying to stay on track, got the new clock. So we're up and running. Again, trust you had a good weekend. Lots to cover. We'll get some of the industry headlines coming up here momentarily. Yeah, we're back on YouTube, I see, officially. Any wagers? Any wagers how long that will last? Yeah, we'll see. I'm betting it ain't going to be long. Zorro back on board here, out of the box with horse feathers. Philly Dan on board. Welcome back to YouTube. Let's go Eagles. There's high pressure pumping, ready to roll. Good afternoon. Everybody hammer down, says Larry. James checks in here on a Monday. Welcome back out of YouTube jail. 52 degrees, kind of a windy night. Still a bit of light rain here in central Virginia. All right, 5-7. Copying the mail. Very short run this morning to start, but up, setting at the house till about 2 a.m., I guess. All right, get that new week off and rolling there. 5-7, back at it. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. 3-time champion meat hauler, Hall of Famer. Shout out to Malibu Lauren Weiss. How about them Chevrolets? They put the beat down on them Fords and Japper Crappers over the weekend. Is that right? I missed the Talladega. Was it a good one?
Oh, Steve, it was a barn burner, baby, barn burner. Chase Elliott, they ringing the fire bell up yonder at Delaware tonight. I bet you they having a beer party. Man, it was a great race. I think they said they had something like 60 different lead changes up there between 18 drivers.
Wow.
I mean, they were rolling, and 7 laps to go. Brian Blaney and those Sparkies up there battling for it, and a car dies or wrecked or something on the back stretch over there. They had to put the yell out. They went to green, white, checkered, and last lap, old Sparky just spun right by that forward and went right on to the victory, baby.
So did they have a big one some point in time throughout the day, or did they avoid that?
They had a couple crashes up there. Nothing like we've seen in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they had a few right at the beginning and stuff, but none of that really what you call knock out half the field and all that.
Yeah.
They didn't have none of that. But it was a great victory for Team Chevrolet, boy, and I'm happy. But did you get to watch any college football this week?
Indeed, I did watch some college football. I was watching your Clemson last night, as a matter of fact.
Boy, that was a hell of a game, wasn't it?
It was.
But the game that really was. Let's talk about this Texas A&M game. Mississippi State put the beat down. I'm talking about beat the mud out them Aggies. It's like they never showed up.
Yeah, I mean, for all the hype, I bet Heatwave will probably talk about that. All the hype about Texas A&M early on in the season, and that's their second loss now, right? And they got beat pretty bad.
Well, do you know the name of that high school team that Alabama played up there Saturday?
No.
I think it was the Arkansas Piglets.
Yeah. Be careful now.
That was another one that got a beat down. They they had a running back in the fourth quarter that rushed for almost over 200. I think it was 230 yards. Run 3 touchdowns down the field, 77 yards, 76 yards. I think that was 74. Boom, boom, boom. Put them away. The Piglets are barbecue now, baby. I mean, they put a butt beating on them. Alabama just scolded them. But
now what happened to Big Ed's Boomer Sooner? They got their butts stomped.
Ooh, boy, I tell you what, that don't look. I tell you, they got problems over there. You know that head coach, Oklahoma, he was our defensive coordinator at Clemson. And I always said, he do some. I don't know how we won with some of the things he pulled. But when I heard he got that coaching job up at Oklahoma, I went ballistic. I said, that man's not a head coach. I mean, they got the butt beat last week up in Kansas. Then they come down there. I forgot who they were playing, but whoever they were playing, I mean, they just put a butt beating on them. I got tired of listening to it. Every time I turn around, another touchdown, another touchdown, another touchdown. Oh, man, I got to go find it. Then I turned over there to watch them Piglets get slaughtered up there in Arkansas. But, hey, man, everything good. We survive what they call it, Ian?
Ian, yeah, I was wondering because I know you crossed my mind several times. I know South Carolina got hit pretty darn hard, had a lot of power outages there too. So did you lose power or?
Well, we never lost power from what did, but I was on the way in. I'm talking here. I got to get up and go deliver here in a minute. But we got through it all right. Just a lot of rain. Had like 9 inches. Run the swimming pool over and everything. There's water still laying everywhere down there. The wind didn't really. It knocked 2 trees down. David called me and said, "You don't like you gonna have much to do when you get home." Well, about 10 minutes later, JJ called me and said, "Hey, you know that big oak tree out there by the road on the corner of your property?" I said, "Yeah, it's just laying in the highway."
Oh boy.
And there's another one back down on the back. I said, "You go out there and really look at it. You just look out the back door." She said, "I ain't going out there. It's raining." So anyway, that's how that did. But boy, Myrtle Beach got slammed from storm surge.
That's right about where it came ashore, wasn't it? There, Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, it come in right below Myrtle Beach at Georgetown, and I imagine they got a lot of storm damage. But
well, hey, I gotta get to my news break here. We got the clock is ticking, but news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Ukraine on Sunday claimed full control of the eastern logistics hub of Lyman, Kiev's most significant battlefield gain in weeks, providing a potential staging post for further attacks to the east while heaping further pressure on the Kremlin. A stampede at a soccer stadium in Indonesia has killed 125 people and injured more than 320 after police used tear gas to quell a pitch invasion, authorities said on Sunday, in one of the world's worst stadium disasters. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said on Sunday he sees no imminent invasion of Taiwan by China, but said China was trying to establish a new normal with its military activities around the island. A visit to Taiwan early in August by U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi enraged China, which subsequently launched military drills. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Close it out. Let me get back. I don't see if Monkey Gouger held in there. We'll finish up with him. I know you got to roll there because you got to deliver in a few. All right, you still with us, Monkey Gouger? Come on, pick up. There you go.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Steve, I've seen a good many of the power crews and stuff heading. I reckon they was coming out of Myrtle Beach this morning when I was on the way home. And, I tell you, I can't say enough for the first responders, power crews, law enforcement, for what they've done in South Carolina, but what they really doing down there in Florida. But, I had something hit me kind of hard today. I stopped there at the Blue Beacon there in Columbia this morning. It's about 9 o'clock. And running into old buddy of mine, old Speedy. He hauls produce out of Florida. And he lives down in that Punta Gorda, Fort Myers area, but he lives across the interstate. He don't live right on the coastline. And he said that produce down yonder has been pretty much wiped out. Orange groves probably just said, you look for the produce to start jumping up here any time. But I said, well, Bubba, I said, how did your house come out? He said, don't know, Monkey Gouger. He said, I come out of there going north and I'm on the way home, but from what my wife said, it ain't good. Said he had about 13, 14 foot of water in his house. And, Steve, I got to thinking, people don't understand what truck drivers put up with. I mean, here I am out on the road, hurricane bearing down on the home and worried about it. And then, he ain't even been home to look at his house, trying to feed the people of America, deliver the goods. So I want to give a big shout out to the American truck driver. You earn your keep, you earn everything you get, and especially the women that stay behind, as the old saying, the woman behind the man behind the wheel, they are true warriors. So anyway, buddy, that's about all I got tonight. We'll catch you later. We're going to be off the rest of the week when I get this next couple drops off in the morning, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, enjoy some time there at the Marina Del Rey. Get those trees chopped up. Carolina Monkey Gouger. I remember forecasters talking about the potential impacts to the citrus crop, which has already faced a number of challenges and hurdles, from freezing temperatures to some of what they call greening. The report over the weekend out of Tallahassee, as they begin to assess the groves damaged by Ian, Florida citrus growers are seeing conditions potentially worse than even what they had after Hurricane Irma, which played a key role in citrus production falling by more than a third that year in 2017. The executive vice president of the Florida Citrus Mutual said Friday it could very well be more than a week before the impacts are fully known, as some of the growers in DeSoto and Hardee counties still had fields underwater. Again, that was Saturday. Joyner did say some growers that he's talked with already feel like this is going to be, for them, worse than Irma. Folks trying to get water off their trees to the extent they can pump water off, although in a lot of instances, there's just no place to send that water. And a lot are waiting for water to recede so they can actually get out there and do a thorough evaluation. From what we've been able to see, the trees have been stressed by the storm. I've been out where I could ride and seen quite a bit of fruit on the ground, standing water. And then, I've seen trees leaning, not as many fully pushed over, but I'm hearing from growers down south, they have trees completely laid over. So this is going to probably run the whole gamut of damages, the way it sounds at this point. Fort Myers-based Alico Incorporated, which owns 48,000, nearly 49,000 acres of citrus groves in a handful of counties, said in a news release Friday that their initial observations include significant drop of fruit from the trees, but they did not experience significant flooding on their properties. Now, at the time of this press release, some of the initial inspections indicated that substantially all the trees remain intact, with the exception of a single grove in Charlotte County that was in the direct path of the storm. Now, we believe this indicates that company-wide, the greater impact of the storm is going to be on production in the current season and maybe next season rather than on long-term production. Based upon previous experience with serious storms like this, we expect it'll take at least 2 seasons for the groves to recover to pre-hurricane production levels. Ian, of course, hit growers in the early stages of the 22-23 season. The first monthly forecast of the season from the Department of Agriculture is actually set for October the 12th, 9 days from now. University of Florida Institute of Food and Agriculture Science last week estimated that 375,000 acres of citrus groves would be affected by the storm as it made landfall. So I guess in the coming days, we'll be learning more. I do believe we saw Friday morning that orange juice futures were up already in light of the storm pushing through there. So, we'll keep an eye on things. Our number, 844-844-3388. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. How was the weekend?
What good weather for ducks.
Yeah, right?
I tell you what, our AccuWeather gods there, they've been saying there before the big storm was coming up, we'd have some rain probably Saturday, Sunday into Monday, and well, that all got changed up to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and
Tuesday and Wednesday.
And keep watching, yeah. Now they've added Tuesday and Wednesday, and of course, as you were saying there, by Wednesday the overnight lows there are going to be down well into the 40s. So, you coming this way, you better make sure you pack your long sleeves and your sleeping bag, and I don't know, them people that have to there, I guess they got to put their long undies on, don't they? Union suits and stuff. So anyways, it's gonna start turning into, I guess, real fall weather. So anyways, there, what's up? Did we have an insurrection at a soccer game?
No, we didn't. Isn't that something? Indonesia, I think the death toll was up to was it 185, I heard.
Yeah, has it gone that far? The last I saw before I took a snooze there was 125. I didn't see that it gone up that far. So, but I mean, isn't that mob kind of like what they kind of claim happened there January 6th there in Washington?
Right.
I mean, just the mob started to go, and the mob had to push, and if you didn't go with the mob, you got trampled to death. So, but what? I mean, what is up with people? I mean, we used to see this with the soccer games and that, the European soccer games and that, but I don't know. They said that stadium was overcrowded. They had like over 40,000 people in something, and I don't know how many it was supposed to hold. So, but anyways,
Yeah,
crazy.
I just pulled up. I mean, I may stand corrected. I mean, I'm seeing it says this is 125. I thought I had seen a higher number than that, but yeah, 125 according to this story. So,
okay. So, but anyway, so I guess the cat's going to be getting out of the bag here shortly if it hasn't. But I kind of, as much as I've always tried to not do the Facebook thing here since we did the stuff with the Great Danes and stuff online there back with the bone cancer days long time ago. I kind of, between Make-A-Wish and trying to deal with this fire truck deal and work on finding things and, locate things, there's only, right now it seems like there's really one good tool in the world to use. And unfortunately, that's over on the dark side there in that world of Facebook. So I've kind of dabbled a little bit and tried to keep it quiet, and really any time somebody's asked for a friend or anything, just kind of ignored and not paid attention and just done my own little thing. And so, well, there's this thing that happens today called my birthday, and
oh yeah,
Facebook. Yeah. So
happy
anyways,
birthday.
well, thank you, sir. So anyways, Facebook says, hey, for your birthday, how would you like to have a fundraiser to donate money? I'm like, well, look at it a little more. And of course, I've got the Philadelphia, Delaware, Susquehanna Valley Make-A-Wish chapter is something I've been following. So it says that this fundraiser can be done for them. And I'm like, well, I guess we're going to pull both feet in 110%. All the way in. So I set up the fundraiser thing there for the Philadelphia, Delaware, Susquehanna Valley, and set a $2,000 goal on it to go until the end of the year, and started friending everybody and answering requests that people had given me. And so I'm trying to put as many people in as I can. And I don't know, I sent it to you here a little bit ago, so it should be on your page there. But yeah, so we're gonna go all whole hog and drop into the dark side and see where this ride's gonna go. But we're gonna use it for whatever we can get out of it, I guess. So I don't know, I'm just not where I wanted to really go, but I guess it's what I'm gonna do, and see what we can get out of it, and see what happens when we start shaking the Facebook trees and see what falls out.
There you
know
go.
What I mean?
All right. Well, good luck.
So,
all right.
But anyway, there. So yep. So anybody that's out there gets a friend request from me, you can actually see me and all that on Facebook. Got everything out there. All it is, nothing fake. It's all right there. And actually, I did put up a picture of the Wish trailer. And I put a little caption underneath it. I did a comment to it. I didn't know how to, put stuff on it or anything. But so that's actually the Wish Angel trailer, and all the stars on the side of that trailer all represent children that have gotten wishes that have passed since they've gotten their wish.
Wow.
So it's a remembrance trailer. But yeah, all the children that chapter's helped with getting the wishes, and and it passed since getting their wish, and that their names are there every year for us. So when we're there, they're all part of it as it is. So as well as the other ones, they're participating and enjoying the carnival and everything that goes on that day, on Mother's Day. So but anyways, that's I don't know, I guess that's about what we got going for you there. So as I say, if anybody wants to see it or whatever, you can look me up. And I'm not sure. I don't know if the horse feathers works into my part of the Facebook or not, because I really didn't put anything in there to be, any type of fictitious or, not, to try to throw somebody off to use something not me. So anyway, it's all there right now. And I don't know, I've always been one to try to keep the pictures changing a little bit. So yeah, you watch my cover photo and profile pictures will switch kind of on a regular basis there. So we'll see what kind of interesting things we can start putting up there, but we'll do something different anyway. But there it is. So if anybody's interested, it's there you go.
All right.
So,
We'll try to pass the word and share along, as they say, right? I got to get my quick 2-minute time out here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
That is our number, and we've got lines available here on a Monday morning. Hope you had a good weekend. Hey, by the way, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collectors' cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around for an extended period of time with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Yeah, I mentioned the rains had ceased days ago, but residents in Central Florida are still donning fishing waders, boots, bug spray, and canoeing or kayaking to their homes on streets where the floodwaters continued rising Sunday. Despite it being 4 days since Ian tore through the state, the waters flooding homes and streets that had been passable just a day or two earlier. Ben Barrett found 4 inches of water in his house by Lake Harney off North Jungle Street in the rural part of Seminole County, north of Orlando, after kayaking to his home Sunday morning. Now, just the day before, there was no water. I think it's going to get worse because all the water has to get to the lake. Yeah, pointing to the water flooding the road, ground saturation, all this swamp is full, and it just can't take any more water. It does not look like it's getting any lower, he said. Another guy kayaking through 3 feet of water on his street, delivering sandbags to stave off water, that has 2 inches of water entering his home. The home is close to underwater, he said Sunday morning. Yeah, right now I'm just going to sandbag as much as I can and hope and pray. Seminole County officials warning residents over the weekend that flooding could actually continue for several more days, particularly in areas near the St. Johns River and its tributaries. And 1,200 residents have been affected by the flooding or other damage from Ian. Even as the rain has stopped, we still have the opportunity for more flooding, they say. Yeah, one local said, we've never seen flooding on this street like we did on Sunday morning, despite having lived through multiple hurricanes. She and her husband used a canoe to get to their house. All right, so that's the case. Water levels still up, especially along the rivers, the major tributaries there in central Florida. Wow. Good morning to Heatwave. How was your weekend?
Texas A&M and Jimbo Fisher are the most overrated, overhyped people in this world that I have ever known. You know, if there's anybody from Texas A&M University listening to this, tell your players they have to earn the victory. It ain't going to be just given to them because they're at Texas A&M. I imagine it is absolutely going to be a slaughter over there wherever they're playing there in Alabama. I ain't even going to worry about watching the game or wondering what's going to happen with the final score. I mean, A&M could easily be 1-3 instead of 2-2. So it's all that hype. You know, you can hype in one hand and shish kebab in the other, and guess which one's going to get fuller first?
Yep.
Yep. So that's the end of my rant against them. They're just like the Houston Astros. They're the Atlanta Braves of the '90s, modern day. You know, they'll do good. They'll win the games. They'll get to the World Series, and then they'll lay an egg. So
well, isn't this why? Remember, we've talked how why do we have before the season even starts rankings? Wouldn't it be better to have, now that we're 3 weeks, 4 weeks in or whatever, to now start? I guess this is actually week number 5. You know, maybe 4 weeks you could have started ranked, because Texas A&M was in there. Oklahoma, well, where were they at? Weren't they ranked 8th or something a couple of weeks ago, and now they've lost 2 games?
6th or 7th, yeah. Exactly. Just don't even mention Texas A&M, and I'm sure there's going to be people saying, well, you can't win every game. Well, I got 3 examples of teams that do pretty damn good winning games. Clemson, Georgia, Alabama. Enough said. Lordy. Well, I wonder in Florida if those lakes that had those nitrates in them. Remember we were talking about that earlier. I wonder if those dams are really being stressed having all the excess water, or did the rains miss that particular part of Florida? I mean, that's going to be interesting to find out. Because, I mean, if they thought they had it bad earlier this year with the red tides killing the fish, what's going to happen now? If it killed all the snakes over there, that'd be all right.
All right.
As snakes, I just don't have any good use for any snakes. You know, University of New Mexico, they have a football team, and there's no hype. You know, if they win, that's nice, and if they lose, well, it's expected. So, you know, they had a 17-point lead against UNLV, and they dropped the ball, and they lost by 3 or 11. They lost by 11 at the end of the game. So, you know, it doesn't bother me. But that damn Texas A&M bunch, I tell you, ESPN, don't even talk about them. Just be done with it. Okay, well, you know, the people on The View and the left, have said, this was God's punishment on Florida because they didn't believe in climate change. And it's like, for a group of people who say that they're the most tolerant out there, they are the most intolerant that could ever be had. I mean, they didn't say we feel for the people of Florida. No, they immediately attacked Florida and Governor Ron DeSantis and said, well, that's what they get for denying climate change.
I've heard some of that. Well, hold that thought. We'll pick up there because we got to get a news break. Our number, 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. Mikhail Khodorkovsky, a former Russian oil executive who spent years in prison, discusses Russian President Vladimir Putin's mindset as he declared Russian rule over parts of Ukraine. If his mobilization of 300,000 Russian troops or regular folks to Ukraine fails, Putin may have serious decisions to make. Here's Khodorkovsky through an interpreter.
I think that if mobilization does not yield the desired victory, the question of using tactical nuclear weapons is going to be on the agenda.
In U.S. supermarkets, toilet paper and noodles are back in stock, but one pre-pandemic staple has yet to fully return. That is discounts. With food inflation running at the highest rate in more than 40 years, American shoppers are finding less relief from deals like buy one, get one free promotions or 99-cent 2-liter bottles of soda. The frequency and depth of U.S. grocery store discounts remains below 2019 levels, according to retailers, prompting grocers to run sales on less popular items or lose money offering discounts on staple products proven to bring in shoppers. Whenever a donor's unsilenced cell phone goes off at a fundraiser while President Joe Biden is talking, he has the same joke ready to go each time.
If that's Trump, to tell him I'm busy.
He said this at an event this past week for the Democratic Governor Association, repeating a variation of the quip he also relayed during receptions in Illinois and New York earlier this year. The crowd of a few dozen, as they always do, chuckled as the president continued with the rest of his remarks. It's one glimpse of Biden as fundraiser-in-chief, a man who schmoozes with aplomb while raking in millions at receptions that will be a fixture of his political schedule during the final stretch before Election Day, November the 8th. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and My Pillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of My Pillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on My Pillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance My Pillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great My Pillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
The last Supreme Court term ended with a series of judicial bombshells in June that eliminated the right to abortion, established a right to carry guns outside the home, and limited efforts to address climate change. As the judges return to the bench on Monday, there are few signs that the court's race to the right is slowing. The new term will feature major disputes on affirmative action, voting, religion, free speech, and gay rights. And the court's 6-justice conservative supermajority seems poised to dominate the new term as it did the earlier one. On things that matter most, said Herb Gorenstein, the executive director of the Supreme Court Institute at Georgetown Law, get ready for a lot of 6-3s. Vladimir Putin is doomed to lose the war in Ukraine. That's from former CIA Director David Petraeus. The retired 4-star general appeared on ABC's This Week Sunday morning, where he pointed out within hours of Putin declaring 4 regions of Ukraine now part of Russia, NATO allies had levied even more sanctions on Russia. Petraeus said the only end for Russia is the negotiating table.
It can still get worse for Putin and for Russia, and even the use of tactical nuclear weapons on the battlefield won't change this at all.
Jason Fisher became suspicious when the 5 fish he estimated to be about 4 pounds each, or 20 pounds total, weighed in at nearly 34 pounds. "We got weights in the fish," Mr. Fisher shouted. He then spoke directly to Mr. Runyon as if he were an enraged umpire. "Get out of here." For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2 underway as we roll into a Monday, close out the weekend. Working our way into the 3rd day of October here, October 3. Yeah. Happy birthday to Horse Feathers. Got a lot of birthdays in the month of October, right? Now, we'll get some of the industry headlines coming up here. Freightwaves had a headline. Get ready for the trucking winter. KeyBank's Todd Fowler and Carney Blake, who are the group's air freight and logistics analysts, wrote in a note late last week that freight activity has been seasonally weak there's been limited indication of the typical peak season activity that carriers and shippers expect in the fall, normally as retailers prepare for the holiday season. Imports underline the possibility that we won't have a full peak season. For public trucking companies, KeyBank's team is expecting results for the third quarter and estimates for 2023 to be weaker. The team actually downgraded the trucking giants J.B. Hunt as well as Schneider. Spot rates have already declined by 30% compared to last year. And now they're expecting trucking's larger contract market to suffer as well, to the tune of mid-single-digit percentage declines. Given some of the micro pressures to slow economic demand and the potential related impact on freight activity, we're more inclined to prepare for a trucking winter before a trucking spring, they said. Some trucking insiders believe the industry's headed for the Great Purge, or even a bloodbath, as one says. Part of that is thanks to the unusually high inventory levels at retailers like Target, Kohl's, Walmart, Amazon. Many retailers appear to have prepared for the holiday season earlier this year, anticipating disruptions in importing goods from manufacturing hubs in East Asia. However, the growth in consumer demand has slumped from where we were a year ago, and that's left the retailers with more stock than they may have even anticipated, which means the traditional peak season for the carriers each fall may be rather muted this year. Meanwhile, spot rates in America's $800 billion trucking industry have collapsed this year. According to truckstop.com, their 7-day van rate per mile index, rates have declined by 31% from the beginning of this year to the week of September the 25th. Meanwhile, the cost to run a trucking company, particularly obviously the fuel, have only increased, and that's putting the pressure on the small truckers in particular to make ends meet right now. This decline is driven by both overcapacity, in which too many truck drivers jump into the red-hot market or did so last year, and now we've got softening demand. Spot rates are now 25 to 30% below contract rates, according to KeyBank's analyst. Usually those rates are maybe 5 to 10% above the contract market. And that's why this team believes the contract rates are going to decline by the mid-single digits. Trucking winter. Boy. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Heatwave. Welcome back.
Well, thank you, Senor. You're just full of good news this morning, ain't you?
Yeah, that's not the kind of news I like to share, but I guess you gotta tell it like it is.
I wonder if they put the Joe Biden sticker saying "I did that" at the end of that report, and that would be apropos. That's a pretty good $5 word for a truck driver. Oh yeah. So, anyways, where was I? Okay. Yeah, happy birthday, Horse Feathers. Another year down passing gas on the East Coast. Keep up the good work. And I guess yours is on the 15th, no?
It is, yes. I'm the 15th, and the wife is on the 18th. We celebrate birthdays just a couple days apart.
Wow. Well, all right. Well, this is just going to be a happy, happy month. Well, let's see. Where else was I going to go? Yeah, I am adopted, and I went to 23andMe here about a year and a half ago and put in my saliva sample where they could draw out the DNA, and I've got 5,000 hits on relatives, first through fourth, and there is a lot of fourth cousins that I got out there. I guess it was Wednesday, I had noticed that I had more hits, relatives, and 23andMe lets their stuff out at the end of the month, beginning of the month.
Mm-hmm.
And I seen one that said first cousin, and I looked at the birth year and I thought, well, it's about 15 years before my time, but I thought, what the hell? So I went ahead and I said, hey, do you know of anyone in the family that had a child named David Lee ? And adopted him out. And I said, if so, it's me. And the response was, whoa, wait a minute, let me buy a vowel here. And they asked for more information, so I gave them as much information as I had. And it came back the next day that said, well, me and my 3 cousins got together, and we are pretty sure that you are the son of, and they gave me the name of the woman. And we started talking, and they were asking me if I still lived in the Albuquerque area, and I said, yeah, I'm in Edgewood, just 30 minutes east of Albuquerque on I-40. And she said, we have a cousin that lives there, and she is anxious to meet you. And I said, all right. But in the meantime, I had sent pictures to the first respondent, and they're like, oh, my God, you really look like the family, taken after your grandfather and after your mom.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, all right. And it was just building up. And she was like, hopefully this is not one of those Hallmark movies where the results were actually wrong.
Yeah.
And she said, we are actually second cousins, but you do have, if you are part of the family, you do have relatives there in New Mexico. And I talked to this woman. Her name is Sue Ann, last name I'm not going to mention. But anyways, we got talking, and apparently my birth mother was visiting Edgewood at the same time I was living there 2 years ago. But I had no idea. So, I mean, talk about being so close. And then to find out after visiting that, I said, well, in all the excitement, I have forgot to ask, is my birth mother still living? And they said, no, she passed away at the end of June of this year.
Mm.
I was like, man, so close, yet so far.
Yeah.
But they're about 99.99% sure that I am part of the family. And unfortunately, my mother did not mention anything about her pregnancy outside of the immediate family. So even the cousins did not know. But with some of the clues that I had gotten from Catholic Charities in Houston, Texas, it jived with the family members that I could mention, and they're like, yeah, we really think that you are the son of this woman. And they said, I have a half sister in Round Rock, Texas, and I have a half brother, and I guess some of the family members are living in Central California, as my grandfather and my uncle were members of the military, serving in World War II and in the Korean War. And I guess there are other members that were Navy. So I'm thinking, boy, this is pretty good. I'm trying to keep from getting all excited and thinking, wow, I've actually found, at least half of the parents. I no idea who the father is.
Mm-hmm.
It really looks good. And I visited with Sue Ann for 3 hours Friday night. And I visited with her again for 3 hours today, or Sunday. And she's like, there is no doubt in my mind that you are part of the family. And I said, well, if I'm not, at least I've made good friends now.
There you
You're
go.
right. Yeah. So I'm pretty excited. Of course, with the passing of my birth mother, all of a sudden here comes this guy saying, hey, I'm part of the family. And, I know it's going to look, like an opportunistic SOB that's trying to take money or property or whatever, in inheritance. And I assured my contacts, I said, look, I am not here to gain anything, financial nor material. I said, I'm just here to say, I'm here. If I am your brother and if I am your cousins, great. But I understand if nobody, if some people are skeptical or if some just do not want to deal with it, I understand. I've been away. I hadn't been around, all my life, almost 56 years, and some of them had no idea. I think most of them had no idea. But, for those that will, reach out and take the hand that I offer in friendship and family, I'm more than happy to, talk to them.
Well, that could be a good thing.
So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's really, I've got, so that the family that on my mother's side is in Texas, here in New Mexico, just on the other side of the mountain, and they're in California. So it can truly be said that I cannot throw a rock anywhere without hitting a family member, or someone that's related to me.
There you go.
So I'm really looking forward to that. So I feel blessed. And like I said, if by the off chance that it was wrong, at least I have made some very good friends.
It's pretty wild, the 23andMe thing. All right, well, Heatwave, got to get to a quick timeout. That's interesting story, though. Interesting weekend, right? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
In the coming weeks and months, thousands of people will be sharing their individual stories. You're riding out the storm there in Florida or the Carolinas. Yeah, one such story out of Bonita Springs, Florida. Rachel Jeter. She was supposed to be celebrating her 40th birthday Friday. Instead, she was at a hotel where she had not planned to stay taking an Uber 2 hours across the state to Fort Lauderdale, the only place where she could rent a car to get home to Tennessee. Apparently, her family had arrived at Fort Myers Beach on Saturday before the storm, right? Spent a few days enjoying the sun and the sand, but as the days passed, officials began warning about an impending hurricane. Of course, initially, the storm appeared to be heading closer to Tampa. As we now know, turns out Fort Myers Beach turned out to be one of the hardest hit communities. She found herself in the middle of the storm. She said she lost her car under 13 feet of water next to a beach rental where she and her family were staying. They had to walk 4 miles to safety after the storm passed. They said she and her family had stayed in the home because for days, most locals were downplaying this storm. But on Tuesday night, the owner of the vacation home urged them to get out. At that point, the winds were already bad. There were tornadoes, so we didn't want to drive. As her family was debating what to do the following morning, water started pouring into the home. Within 30 minutes, it was 4 or 5 feet deep. We watched from the second floor of the home as the waters kept rising. Yes, it was a terrifying experience. We just kept watching out the windows, praying that the water didn't come up any higher. And there's a story where they're one of the lucky ones, obviously in a home which must have been a pretty sturdy structure, because there were numerous homes that were literally washed away. What's going on, Demon? Another day in paradise, I would presume.
Well, I don't know really if it's paradise or not, but I'm in Florida.
Oh, really?
Headed to Miami. Yeah. But
you got a relief load?
Check your patience. No, not actually. It was a load supposed to go down there, and they held it up and wanted to send it down here. It's got to get on a boat to go to Chile.
Oh, okay.
But coming down here, check your attitude. I'm having a tough time with these the people that are coming down here. They're you know, I know they're coming down here for relief and everything, but there was a power crew a while ago. They was all running the middle lane about 60 mile an hour with their four-ways going. So I got in the right lane to go around. Of course, they all decided to speed up, cut me off, and everything else. And like I said, I know, they're coming down here for, to do good and everything. But and then there's a lot of people, travel trailers and pull behind trailers and stuff. They're acting like a bunch of ass clowns down here. But you was talking about all the flooding up there north of Orlando. I was listening to the news yesterday morning. That river down there, and I never realized it, they said that river actually runs north down here.
Really?
And and that's what was causing all the flooding. And you can check into that and see. But, like I said, I didn't realize that it did. But I don't think I'm going to have any problem getting down through Orlando, though. Everything looks like it's pretty good down through here.
I mean, I know for over the weekend, Saturday morning, it was about midday, I know that there was a stretch, about a 12-mile stretch of I-75, I guess the Alligator Alley portion, that was shut down still due to flooding.
That was there at Northport. That was there on, right there at Sarasota.
Okay.
I'd seen the pictures of that. And I'd actually talked to, remember Rick Riley?
Mm-hmm.
He was on the cruise with us the first couple of years, and Cindy, his wife, she had passed away.
Right.
I'd actually talked to him, and his family, his kids all live down there in Northport, Sarasota, and all around in there. And, they had damage and everything, but, he lives in Tampa now, and, they got spared there. But, he said, it was a mess for their kids down there. But now I didn't really want to come down here, but just gotta do what you gotta do,
So
and I don't imagine there'll be any loads coming out of here.
Well, right. That's what I'm thinking, right. And that's going to be the case for quite some time, right? I mean, all this stuff that has to get down to Florida for the relief efforts. And there's going to be a lot of, I guess, empty trailers coming out of that state.
Right, which we normally come out here empty anyway. We usually go back up by Valdosta, Georgia, and load and go home. We might actually pick up a load down here, but very, very rarely. You know, we've got our own customers we take care of up there, you know, in Homerville, Georgia, and Valdosta, that area. And so we don't usually wait around too long to take and try to load something. But, you know, it's the way it is. How about our Cardinals there? Oh, wait, you're a Reds fan. Never mind.
Yeah, right. If they've got any games left, I think there's 2 or 3 games left. One final series this week. Is that the case?
I think so.
All I know is they had 99 losses as of this past evening. So I guess they're on track for a 100 loss season.
Wow.
Yep.
Actually, I don't know what they do.
Tied with the Pirates, 60 wins, 99 losses, both of those teams.
Jeez. I tell you. Yeah, I don't know what they can do. They've had years to build, and they ain't doing nothing with it.
I mean, the difference a year can make, because last year wasn't all that bad. Pretty good year, but. All right, Scotty, be safe down there in Florida. We got to roll because we got news break at the bottom of the hour here. Rolling into a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Tony Maruso reporting. 3 people in their early 30s aboard a small airplane died when the Cessna crashed into a home in Minnesota late Saturday. Federal and local authorities in Minnesota are investigating the scene in Hermantown, which is located just west of Duluth and about 150 miles north of Minneapolis. Officials described the victims as 2 males from Burnsville and a female from St. Paul. Their names have not been released. A federal judge sided with the state of Georgia in a lawsuit filed by a group associated with Democrat Stacey Abrams, challenging the constitutionality of its election practices. Although Georgia's election system is not perfect, the challenged practices violate neither the Constitution nor the VRA. U.S. District Judge Stephen Jones Kemp, who was Georgia's Secretary of State when the lawsuit was filed, applauded the ruling as a victory against an attempt by Abrams to weaponize the legal system for political gain. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels. vehicles.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
On a Monday morning. I get some of the other industry headlines coming up here, and back to your calls at 844-844-3388. In any disaster, there's always some bad characters that like to show up. An opportunity to get something for nothing. Governor DeSantis issued a stern warning to would-be criminals thinking about taking advantage of the chaos left by Ian. Don't even think about looting, he says. The trail of death and destruction. We all know the background, made landfall, blah, blah, blah. But the monster storm reducing coastal areas to rubbish, tossing yachts like toys. But some Floridians have used this dire situation to loot businesses. Friday, the Lee County Sheriff's Office posting photos on social media of 5 individuals being arrested for looting. Now, the sheriff means business. We're taking a zero-tolerance stance on looting. We are patrolling, and you will be arrested if you partake in criminal activity, says the sheriff. DeSantis delivered an unflinching warning to anyone contemplating looting. They're boarded up. They boarded up their businesses. There are people that wrote on their plywood, "You loot, we shoot." DeSantis speaking during a press conference near Fort Myers there. At the end of the day, we're not going to allow lawlessness to take advantage of this situation. We are a law and order state. This is a law and order community, so we do not think you're going to take advantage of people who have already suffered misfortune. Later in the day, he kind of doubled down on his law and order tone during a press conference in St. Augustine in the northeastern part of the state. To which he said, the other thing we're concerned about, particularly in those areas that were really hard hit, we want to make sure we're maintaining law and order. Don't even think about looting. I can tell you, in the state of Florida, you never know what may be lurking behind somebody's door. I wouldn't want to chance it if I were you, given that we are a Second Amendment state, as he put it. So, Florida's Attorney General Ashley Moody kind of reiterating that looting is not going to be tolerated. Florida will not tolerate looters taking advantage of Ian to prey on vulnerable Floridians. They will be arrested, and I've asked state attorneys to seek the longest pretrial detention possible to keep them locked up so they cannot commit additional crimes. Yeah, again, the Lee County Sheriff warning, don't do it. Not in this county. Don't make that mistake. Because one thing we do have is vacancy at the jail. And I guarantee you, if you prey on one of our great residents, you'll find yourself in that jail. Yeah, several other sheriffs kind of saying the same thing. Yeah, Lee County has been, they have like a 6 p.m. curfew that was implemented immediately after the storm last week, and that continues for the foreseeable future, they tell us. Just so you know. High Tech, what's been happening?
Oh, not much. I've been, I've sold all the puppies from this latest batch, so I can stay up late again. And I've been gone a little while, and I noticed you got a Doomsday Prepper for us, prepper company for a sponsor now.
Oh, which one's that?
Stable. All the Doomsday people know to put Stable in their fuel.
Okay, yeah, right. Yeah, that's Gold Eagle. Gold Eagle is now the parent company. They've purchased Hot Shot Secret.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, if you ever see any of their reps come by, there's plenty of end of the world type books. They always talking about adding Stable to the fuel. I use it in I don't use it in my car because I drive the car often, but the pickup truck only gets driven maybe once a month.
Mm-hmm.
So you put the Stable in the fuel, which helps with the ethanol, and it also, keeps the water down, because if you don't drive it a lot, you get condensation in the tank and all like that.
Yeah.
And everybody automatically knows to put it in their generators, because you don't run the generator all the time. So the condensation and temperature can cause the fuel to go bad in your generator. So, we've been using Stable forever.
Mm-hmm.
So I can attest that Stable is the stuff to use, especially in generators, and if you got fuel tanks that are just sitting around, gas cans that are going to be sitting in storage for your generator, stuff like that. That's the stuff to use in that, but things are going a little bit slower than I had assumed they were going to go. I don't know if you remember back when the Ukraine thing first kicked off, I came up with, this go bad and that go bad, and somebody's going to pop off an EMP, and lo and behold, here they are talking about it, 8 months later?
Yeah, yep.
So I'm going to sit there. I told you so. But, something happened to me the other day. Has anybody ever asked you what your pronouns are yet?
No, not me. They have not. But somebody asked you that?
I got asked what my preferred pronoun was.
And you said she, her.
No, I said Lord Master.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so
oh boy.
They did not think that was funny at all. I said, that's what I feel like. You can just call me. You can say, yes, my Lord, no, my Lord, or His Majesty.
Oh, boy.
Yes, I just thought if anybody gets asked, you just say your pronoun is Lord and Master. But other than that, you got your new, so Stable bought out Hot Shot Secrets then, huh?
Yeah, technically Gold Eagle is the parent because they make Stay-Bill. They make a product called Heat. You familiar with that? Heat.
Yep.
And the Clindo cleaner, the cleaning product, all-purpose cleaner, 101 uses. They make that also.
Hello, you still there?
I'm still here. Yeah.
Okay, the phone crackled there. I thought, that's why you need to bring back the dynamite. That way we know when we're being hung up on. So anyway, other than that, everything's been going good. I just thought since I got everything sold and I don't have to get up in the wee hours of the morning right now, I could stay up a little bit late and check in, see what was going on. So, I watched DeSantis when he was making that speech. I said, oh, yeah, this will be good. I'm waiting to see somebody's head explode over that one.
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, The View, I mean the one that's on TV, not the one I got in the pen back here. I got like 7 or 8 female dogs in this pen back here. I call that The View too, but I'm talking about them other bunch up there in New York. They were saying that you couldn't be more deserving people to get hit with a hurricane. They cry for help. I think it was Whoopi and Behar. What's that other one there? They were blaming it on the. I knew that sooner or later somebody was going to say the whole hurricane was Trump's fault. So other than that, that's about it. Anything else you need help with on your stable thing there? I can tell you all kinds of uses for it.
Yeah, since you're all up to speed on it, a lot of people don't know how quickly gas begins to deteriorate. Fill them in.
Well, it's you can get better gas, but you have to get the pure gas, but you put the ethanol in it. The 360, I'm looking at, it would be on your right side of your desk, and the marine version.
Yep.
If you've got condensation problems, you want to use the marine version because that helps with any water getting in the gas and stuff like that. So, and the 360 over there on your right side, that's good, just general purpose. That's what I use in the pickup truck because, like I say, I don't drive that truck, but maybe once a month sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
It's only for going to the feed store or to haul something. Now, I keep gas running through the car, so I don't really need it in it.
Right.
Yeah. Anytime you have something sitting up and you need to keep it fresh, especially like a critical system, like you need it to start, like your generator. And I'm sure there's a lot of people down there in Florida right now.
Yep.
That they probably had a generator sitting in their garage for years, and it probably, because it had ethanol, it gummed up the carburetor, and when they go out there to start it, it won't start because the fuel went bad. But that stable can, I think it's up to 2 years.
Correct.
It can sit in a tank.
Yep.
And if you put it in pure gas, you can get maybe three or more years. The trick is to buy, if you're getting fuel for storage, get pure gas and then add the stable, and you can probably get 3 years out of it that way.
Yeah, that pure gas is hard to come by. It's like that's typically like the marinas and things like that have the real gas without the ethanol.
Right. Well, you can get it. It's a lot of people that run lawn services and stuff.
Yeah.
They won't use it. They don't want to use ethanol in their commercial lawn equipment, lawn mowers, because it loses a lot of its lubricity. And anyway, cars are made to run with it, but it's not really good for it, especially if it sits around. So if you've got the ethanol fuel, you want to run it. You don't want it sitting around for very long because it'll gum up. So anyway,
I wondered where you've been. It's been a while since we'd heard from you, so thanks for checking in, High Tech.
Well, I had the puppies, and they took up a lot of time, so they're sold. And yeah, I'm gonna bet. I'm gonna say the first nuke that gets shot off will be an EMP over Ukraine, because Putin threatened Elon Musk, says your satellites are now targets.
Yep.
And an EMP would mess up the electronics and all that stuff, and they can set it off at low enough altitude with a tiny little thing where there would be no fallout or nothing like that. It would just mess up all the drones they're using. Have you seen the footage where they're dropping hand grenades out of the drones down into the tanks and stuff?
I have not seen that. All I know is Ukraine has been making progress and taking back a lot of territory.
Well, they've taken the commercial drones, like we can buy those DJI drones.
Yeah.
And they've made little tiny hand grenade they put little fins on them, and they're flying them over the tanks, and they're dropping them. You know, if they leave the hatch open in the tank, they're dropping these little hand grenades down inside the tanks from the drones flying over. But yeah, so I figure if the very first thing they do will probably be an EMP, but I thought they'd have done it before now, so it might be next year or something.
Very interesting. I hope your prediction is wrong, but we shall see. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, there you go. That is correct. That is our number and lines available. I didn't get to many of our stream chatters there out of the box in hour one. Hello to Kentucky Ken, morning overnight drive crew, Mr. Sommers, already in Tennessee. I have a delivery appointment, so I had to roll. Safe travels, everybody, but Kentucky Ken is listening in. Cookie joined us early this morning, back home again in Indiana after Hurricane Ian ran us out of Florida. Finishing up my vacation close to home. Well, I'm glad you were able to get out of there safely, Cookie, right? Let's see, heat wave. He's already checked in and from New Mexico, 59 degrees. Clear and dark, headed for Bushland in Texas to meet an OKC driver. And there are no rooms available in Albuquerque right now due to the International Balloon Fiesta. That's always that's a big event. Yeah, out there in New Mexico. Absolutely. That's fun times, right? I had a guy that came up to me down at the Mid-America Truck Show. He came by the booth for a number of consecutive years. He had a couple of air balloons and had invited me to, take a little hot air balloon ride. I passed on the, I'm a little too leery of the balloons. It might be cool, but I don't know. I'm just a little bit afraid of heights, if you know what I mean. I don't like to be up in the big, tall skyscraper buildings. Just makes me nervous. Anyway, hello to Gerald checking in. Hey there, Steve, my man. To all the Overnight Drive crew members, welcome back on YouTube. Everybody stay safe, heading back to bed, and catch you on the podcast tomorrow. Hello to Marianne. Heavy D is on board. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Everybody stay safe. Keep on trucking. Pappy, 52 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Monday. Ugh. Be safe. Hammer down. And P.S. I need my cruiser back by 1600 hours tomorrow, Big Moose. Just saying. Yeah, Big Moose is out there in the patrol car, having a good time. Daniel says, good morning, 65 degrees over here in Minnesota by Sauk Center. Hired Gun, hey there, welcome back. Welcome out of YouTube jail. I spent a year in Facebook jail and got out 6 months ago. It wasn't so bad for me, but it couldn't have been a real good for this program, I'd say. But we're back for the moment. All right, let's see. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia, with 58 degrees this morning. Did not go fishing as planned, but Kathy and I did score some tickets to the Braves game tonight from some friends where they finished sweeping the Mets. I was watching that game, Braves versus the Mets. I guess that would have been Saturday night. Yeah, Saturday night. Because those two have been in a real battle. At one point, I couldn't believe the Mets were actually up, I believe, a 5-game lead over the Braves at one point this season. So they took another victory last evening. How about that? What a great series for the Braves. Magic number is now 1. Anyway, took the granddaughters to the driving range today. Let them split a large bucket of balls. Now, it's 7 and 4 years old. They've got to start somewhere, right? I've hit a few myself. Hope you had a great weekend. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right. Hello to the drug runner. Good morning, Steve, and all the overnight drivers. 63 degrees in Nashville this morning. Clear. Great night for trucking. Keep it shiny side up and rubber on the road. Happy driving, everyone out there. Crazy Ray checks in from West Michigan this morning with 45 degrees. All right, there's some folks chatting. Tim the pilot back on board. All right, welcome back, prisoner of the tubes. We're headed back up to Anchorage, Alaska. I've been listening to you on the app all along, but the warden won't let us in for a chat visit. Anyway, wheels will be up soon. I'm also on standby for doing relief loads to Florida in the near future. Praying for all the people down there, and a giant salute to all the first responders and volunteers that are helping folks down there. All right, let's see, Raymond. Hello, Steve. I'm in Dallas tonight. I was loaded for Fort Myers, Florida, Sunday afternoon. I got about 100 miles east of Dallas, and dispatch turned me around to take the load back to the shipper in Dallas. Anyway, so I got a layover, pick up a load at a different shipper, and we'll be headed for Kentucky, the Bluegrass. All right, Brain Dead on board. Morning, Steve. Taking a lunch break while working the docks to make a little extra money. Heard you saying about the rain in the Northeast. Hey, if they don't want it, you can send it this way. Actually needing some rain down there, are you? Okay. Good to have you on board. Kelly said, hey, what's with sticking to the clock on the news breaks lately? Well, that would be because technically this morning we are now on the Talk Media Network, TMN, which I don't know how many stations are available out there for the program to be picked up by. I don't know if we're on 1 or 2 or 10 or none, actually. But yeah, the clock is set. Yeah, the Comrex was installed. We've got the delay button here, so if anybody says something stupid, we can dump you, as they say. All right, but that's why we're sticking to the clock. We are now on a hard clock at the top and bottom of the hour. So now you know. Knucklebuster's on board. Happy Monday. What's going on?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. What do you get when you cross a pig with a graduate from the University of Florida?
Pig with a graduate from the University of Florida. I don't know. What is it?
Nothing. Just some things a pig ain't going to do, right?
Okay.
All right, I want to congratulate Ole Miss for beating Kentucky. I'll congratulate Ohio State for beating Rutgers, and Alabama for beating Arkansas, and TCU for beating Oklahoma, and Georgia. I know you won your ball game, but y'all played bad. I mean, terrible. Mizzou had y'all whooped right up to the end, and your depth of field just took over the ball game because they was tired towards the end there. And Georgia fell to number 2 there in the AP top 25 and the AFCA coaches poll too. So might as well have lost that ball game. Did you see where the Seahawks Metcalf, he explained why he used the cart to go to the bathroom during the game?
No, I did not.
Yeah, he got on the medical cart. He said that clinch walk wouldn't have made it to the bathroom. I guess you couldn't have held it long enough.
When you gotta go, you gotta go, and sometimes you gotta go like right now, right?
Yeah, I know that's right there. Well, did you see old Pujols? They honored him with a gold-plated bat, and then he hit 701. See?
How about that?
That's a good deal on him.
Yeah.
And then
hold that thought, Knucklebuster. And you don't have any modulation this morning. You need to get that new headset. Get a Bluetooth. News break time on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is on the ground helping with cleanup in Florida and Puerto Rico from recent hurricanes, including assisting with getting power back up and running. Chris Krebs, former director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, spoke about the electrical grid recovery in both places on Face the Nation.
The power teams have done a good job in Florida, and they've actually, I think, done a good job in Puerto Rico as well after Fiona. When you're looking at 10 days after Fiona, 90% of the power is restored. In Maria, that took about 7 months.
Both Fiona and Ian knocked out power and left millions of people in the dark. In Puerto Rico, less than 150,000 customers remain without power 2 weeks after Fiona hit. And in Florida, there are still more than 800,000 customers without power. President Biden is scheduled to visit both places this week. FEMA Administrator Deanna Criswell said on Face the Nation that the agency is working to make sure everyone who needs help gets it.
We have a strong team that's been there working. They're going to continue to work, and I'm going to be traveling with the president tomorrow to talk to people firsthand with him and make sure, right? We just want to make sure that we are giving them everything that they need.
Lee County, which includes Fort Myers and Sanibel Island, is among the worst hit areas. Many survivors are without electricity and clean water. Destroyed roadways and bridges are also keeping people trapped where they rode out the storm. The President and First Lady will be traveling to Florida on Wednesday to survey the damage firsthand. Hurricane Ian gone from North Carolina, but leaving lots of downed trees and residents without electric. Lucy Keenan lives in Raleigh and tells us she's grateful to have not sustained damage to her house and to have Duke Electric crews working to get her lights back on.
You look on the outage map, there's so many people without power, so I feel lucky that they're getting to it.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Chevron is joining the migration to the Lone Star State. The $285 billion oil and gas driller has sold its California campus and is moving about 200 more employees to Texas. It still has a large Golden State presence and will keep its headquarters there and the decision-makers some sense. Even so, it sends a bad signal about energy transition. Texas offers low taxes for both companies and individuals, and as a result, attracted more than 310,000 new residents between 2020 and 21, according to U.S. Census Bureau data, accounting for nearly 8 out of 10 U.S. relocations. California lost more than 261,000 people over the same span. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is reveling. He tweeted just last month that Texas does it again when cell therapy company Cellepoint decided to relocate. Here's an old friend, John Murphy, with the call on the Bills radio network as Josh Allen rushes 11 yards for the touchdown, tying the game at 20 in the third quarter.
Bills at the Ravens' 11-yard line. They show blitz again. Josh takes the snap, back to throw. Now he's going to run it around the left side. First down yardage inside the 5. Headed towards the end zone. Is he in? Yes. Touchdown, Buffalo. Josh Allen around the left side. Touchdown, an 11-yard run for the Buffalo quarterback.
The Bills went on to beat the Baltimore Ravens 23-20. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to say
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hey, let's get you a keyword. As we get back underway on a Monday. Now, while we're talking some sport events, At the Thursday night football game, Bengals versus the Dolphins. It turns out, I guess over the weekend, word came down from ESPN, the medical professional who actually cleared the Dolphins quarterback to play in last Thursday night's game after a suspected concussion the prior Sunday, the game against the Buffalo Bills. He's been fired by the NFL Players Association, according to, again, ESPN over the weekend. The unidentified doctor described by ESPN as, quote, an unaffiliated neurotrauma consultant made several mistakes, they said, as he evaluated Tua, how do you say his last name, Tagovailoa? However it's said, but he hit his head on the turf after he was shoved by the Bills linebacker late in the second quarter in that Sunday game, but supposedly cleared the concussion protocol and was allowed to start the third quarter. Now, he appeared shaky and kind of stumbled as he left the field, but the team said he had a back injury. Now, the report also indicates that the neurotrauma consultant can be fired independently by either the NFL Players Association or by the league. Dr. Alan Sills is the NFL's chief medical officer, said Friday that he was checked for concussion symptoms every day the week before that Thursday night game, before an independent neurologist cleared him to take the field Thursday night against the Bengals, which ultimately had to be taken to the hospital after again hitting his head on the turf while being sacked by the Bengals. He remained on the turf for roughly 12 minutes before he was ultimately carted off the field on a stretcher, eventually taken to the University of Cincinnati Medical Center with a concussion as well as a neck injury. They did allow him to fly back to Miami with the team, and he is now in the league's concussion protocol. No immediate timetable provided for when he'll be back out on the field. Anyway, the NFL Players Association initiated the right to request a review of the league's concussion protocol after the Sunday game. The association president tweeted out Friday that he was outraged by what we've seen the last several days and scared for the safety of one of our brothers. What everyone saw both Sunday and then again Thursday night were no-go symptoms within our concussion protocol. These protocols exist to protect the player. That's why we've initiated an investigation. Now, the first-year head coach, Mike McDaniel, said that he said the team followed the proper concussion protocols for Tua. And while we're on the NFL, there was one other health-related issue for a big name in the NFL. J.J. Watt revealed a major health scare after he went into AFib and had to have his heart shocked back into rhythm. And that would have been this Thursday, same day at the Bengals game there with the Dolphins. And so just days before his game yesterday, Watt took to Twitter to let his fans know about his medical state after going into an atrial fibrillation on Wednesday. It's an irregular heartbeat, oftentimes a very rapid heart rate. I was just told somebody leaked some personal information about me, and it's going to be reported on, he said. I went into AFib Wednesday, had my heart shocked back into rhythm on Thursday, and I'm playing today. That's it, he said. Now, some users were concerned about him if his injury was cleared by the doctors. Watt did not reply to any comments. A cardiac surgery nurse said that non-healthcare people don't understand actually how routine this can be. They deal with cardioversions on a daily basis. Yeah, happy you got out of fib. Hope you're doing well. Good luck, JJ, and much love. Other people in the world of sports were just kind of relieved that he was okay after the injury. Robert Griffin III, the football quarterback who's a free agent, said, "Life is bigger than football. I'm glad you're okay." ESPN reporter said, "Most importantly, I'm glad to hear you're okay." That's pretty much the sentiments of everybody. Watt, the defensive lineman for the Cardinals, Arizona Cardinals. Of course, they took on the Panthers yesterday at 4:05. All right, 11 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Were you able to turn up the modulation on that thing?
I don't know. Try that. Is that any better?
That is a lot better, yes.
All right. Well, I'm on assisted living, Steve. I got glasses, a hearing aid, and dentures, and be walking around on a cane here before long there. But anyway, they're all vying for that right ear, so I took them glasses off. Maybe that would help us out a little bit better. I can still see without them, though. Well, anyway, Mr. Pujo, he got that 701 home run, and when they give him a gold-plated bat. I wonder how much that gold-plated bat costs. Probably a chunk of change, right?
No doubt. Guarantee it wasn't cheap.
Yeah. Well, then they honored him at his last home game there in St. Louis, and he hit 702. So I guess that's another new record there, right?
I didn't get to follow over the weekend. Did Judge get that number 62 or no?
I didn't pay no attention to that. So, but I will congratulate them St. Louis Cardinals for clinching the National League Central Division there. And then let's shift gears and get to my favorite football player, TB12. He's got his butt spanked in the last two games. Tampa Bay 31, Kansas City 41. So, and I understand that little good-looking baby doll he's married to ain't too happy with him right now anyway, right?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. Well, let's shift gears again. Real gas, if you got a motorcycle, lawnmower, that's the best thing to do, buy real gas, and you can put that stay bill in there, and it'll help it out there. Let's put the T in trucking this morning. New York is going to let the trucking companies give the CDL road test. Mad than that. How well you think that's going to work out, Steve?
Good question.
Yeah, I know it. Maybe a lot of cheating going on in that thing. I don't know. Well, I got a brother. He found out that he has a 23-year-old daughter from that all that DNA testing there. Of course, he was married, and then his wife passed away from a heart attack, and then he remarried this other girl, but she showed up in between the times the first one went and the second one showed up. So they were all good with it, and them boys, he's got 3 boys, but they were glad they had a sister there. So, and I got a cousin that's a preacher. He lives in South Carolina. I got a cousin that lives in Florida, see. So they both got affected by that hurricane there. And then I got one cousin, he's a man on the run, see. There's a lot of people would like to find him. Let's wind all this old stuff up and go happy birthday to Horse Feathers. I won't sing happy birthday to him. I don't want to offend anybody. But if Jolly Green Giant would call in there, he could say that cartoon character Bullwinkle was out playing Barney Fife this morning. So that's all of my bull on it for today. Steve, have a great day.
All right, thanks for checking in. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, I had a good weekend. These cool fall nights. And, I think I mentioned Friday morning, the princess wanted to have a bonfire Friday night. Indeed, went out for dinner, had a nice bonfire. It's chilly out there. Had to stay up next to the fire to stay warm. Having to start bundle up on these chilly fall nights. Quick time out here. We return into plenty of room for you on a Monday morning. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what else we got here? Obviously, the numbers are far from being tabulated. Well, we know the damage is in the billions and billions of dollars in Florida alone. I mean, there are some estimates saying that it could be up to $200 billion in damages. That would seem a little excessive, but Senator Marco Rubio says we're not going to vote for a bill that's laden with a bunch of pork. It happens every time in D.C. He voted against a pork-filled disaster aid package after Superstorm Sandy back in 2013. And he said, I'll do the same after Hurricane Ian in his home state of Florida if my fellow lawmakers try to load this thing up with spending that's not related to the storm. I will fight against it having pork. We shouldn't have that in there because it undermines the ability to come back and do this in the future. Congress is capable of voting for disaster relief after key events like Ian without using it as a vehicle or a mechanism for people to load this thing up with stuff that has nothing to do with the storm. Disaster relief is something we shouldn't be playing with. Now back to Superstorm Sandy. He did later vote for a different piece of legislation on Sandy. He said the first package, though, was just loaded up with a bunch of things that had nothing to do with disaster relief. Now, I would never put out there that we should go use a disaster relief package for Florida as a way to pay for all kinds of other things people want around the country. But that's the status quo in D.C. His fellow Florida Senator Rick Scott Friday requested in a letter to the Senate Appropriations Committee hurricane relief for Florida. On a separate interview on ABC's This Week, Rubio said, Florida will only ask for emergency relief, not unrelated items like they had in the initial Sandy relief package. I mean, that included funding that should have gone through the funding process, like care for DHS, A roof at the Smithsonian, fisheries in Alaska. What did that have anything to do with disaster relief for Superstorm Sandy? All right, yes, indeed. This storm was a character-altering event for the state of Florida. It's going to change the character and the nature of some of these communities. I mean, they'll be rebuilt, but you can't rebuild something that's a slice of old Florida and bring it back. It's going to be something new. It won't be the same. And that's what's really heartbreaking about this from an economic standpoint. Fort Myers Beach, for example, it no longer exists. It's going to be rebuilt, but it's going to be something different. Now, that was a slice of old Florida that you can't recapture. Sanibel Island, then, basically flattened. Even the structures that remain have been so damaged by the water, they're uninhabitable. So, the remaining people there, they're going to have to leave. I think they've pretty much got everyone off of Sanibel Island at this point. Of course, the bridge to the island is compromised as well. Not just damaged because of the parts that were washed away, but that means it's probably going to have to be totally rebuilt. But he did kind of tip a hat to FEMA. He said the FEMA response has been positive. They've been doing a great job. Extraordinary mobilization of the Army Corps, the Coast Guard. Federal assets are in place for people who need the help, including businesses who will be eligible for help from the Small Business Administration. So at least up to this point, FEMA seems to be doing the job well. Well, it's a Monday. Happy Monday, Pappy. Is there such a thing?
Yes, there is, unfortunately. Right?
Because you're still on your weekend, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I go back tomorrow, and I need to put a bolo out for Big Moose, Steve. That means be on the lookout.
Correct.
He's driving a 2016 Ford Explorer, black in color.
With
a
red,
gold
red,
star
blue,
on it,
red
sheriff's
blue
marking.
lights. Yeah.
Last seen westbound 74 going lights and sirens. Oh, boy.
That's funny.
But, man, Steve, I was looking at the weather, and Tuesday and Wednesday, they are talking in the 30s, my man.
I know.
Sunday night, they said a low of 33, overnight low. That's pushing the 32 mark there, boy.
So we got our first frost coming up this week, in other words.
That's what it looks like. So I guess that's it for the plants, man, unless you cover them up. But, it's still nice in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
By the time I wake up, they're still talking, high 60s, 70s, low 70s. So beautiful afternoons, and evenings.
Yeah, I took the grandkids out to Brown's Farm, the pumpkin patch there Saturday afternoon. Turned out to be a beautiful. Man, that place was packed out. I couldn't believe how many people were there.
Yes, sir. Yeah, this time of year, they rock and roll down there.
Yeah.
128. They've been around a long time, Steve. Old Brown's family farm there. Yes, sir. Had me a good bonfire going tonight. The trees I cut down, still trying to get rid of.
Yeah.
But, hey, Steve, tomorrow night, Monday night, International Space Station's flying over. 8:45 p.m. I don't know if you'll be up by then or not, but it should be a good one.
Not normally. I'd be snoozing.
Yeah. 68 degrees up, going north to south. And then the next night, Tuesday night, 7:56 p.m., that should be perfect, too. That's just right when it starts to get dark here, going northwest to southeast. So the next two nights, if you're out and about at them times, look up, pretty much daggone straight up almost. But, hey, what's up with the moon launch here, man? I guess they got that thing parked, put it away in the garage.
They had to roll it back. Yeah, it's going to be sometime, probably not till November now, I think.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't know it was going to be that long, but I got certain times they can only launch that thing, right trajectory and all that kind of good stuff.
Yep.
I mean, you know why we're going back to the moon, Steve.
Well, we've talked about it. I mean, people like Hillbilly Tex don't seem to understand, though. Because he doesn't think we've ever been there to begin with.
Right. Yeah, right on. And Steve, it's not a stepping stone to Mars. All right. This is pure defensive. Who's going to have control of the satellites, Steve? Most of these satellites are in low Earth orbit, right?
Right.
So they're developing satellites now that get higher up. Supposedly, I guess there's like 3 Goldilocks zone, and once you get out of high Earth orbit, even, I guess there's like a sweet spot for some gravitational pull. And sounds like, Steve, that if they can have a type of satellite that has a laser on it, powerful enough, right?
Yeah.
They can take these satellites out from like the moon orbit. So I think it's purely defensive. Who's going to control space?
So, I mean, all this talk, I mean, go all the way back to the Reagan era that was talking, the Star Wars program and all that. And I think turned out that a whole lot of that was just really, I guess, to get Russia to spend themselves into oblivion. Like, we weren't really doing a lot of what we were saying. But, with Space Force under Trump and now, space is truly getting weaponized right now.
Yeah. It's not Russia, Steve. It's China now we got to worry about. Obviously. Hey, what's Elon Musk? Is it the Starlight?
Starlink
project?
The Starlink, the satellites. Yeah, they're supposed to be positioning some of them over Florida right now, and then bringing in some of the towers and the mobile towers to try and restore internet to the Sunshine State. But hold that thought. We pause there for a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. A federal judge sided with the state of Georgia in a lawsuit filed by a group associated with Democrat Stacey Abrams, challenging the constitutionality of its election practices. Although Georgia's election system is not perfect, the challenged practices violate neither the Constitution nor the VRA, U.S. District Judge Steve Jones, an Obama appointee, wrote, referring to the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Kemp, who was Georgia's Secretary of State when the lawsuit was filed, applauded the ruling as a victory against an attempt by Abrams to weaponize the legal system for political gain. 3 people in their early 30s aboard a small airplane died when the Cessna crashed into a home in Minnesota late Saturday. Federal and local authorities in Minnesota are investigating the scene in Hermantown, which is located just west of Duluth. Officials described the victims as 2 males from Burnsville and a female from St. Paul. Their names have not been released. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back on a Monday. Again, hope you had a good weekend. I got the official word here. Yep, Pappy was asking about the Artemis launch. NASA officially said on Friday they have ruled out launching the moon rocket and Orion spacecraft before mid-November. Now that they've rolled it back into the hangar at the Kennedy Space Center for safekeeping from Ian, ground teams at Kennedy completed the initial inspections of the moon rocket Friday after the spaceport experienced tropical storm force winds and heavy rain, of course, from Ian. NASA said the Artemis 1 rocket inside the vehicle assembly building escaped damage. Ground facilities are in good shape, just some minor water intrusion identified in a few locations. Workers will next extend access platforms around the SLS rocket inside the High Bay 3 of the vehicle assembly building. That will enable teams to do additional inspections and prepare for the next launch attempt, which again, now expected in November. They're targeting a launch window that opens November the 12th for the next opportunity. The inaugural demonstration flight. Of course, if all goes well, that'll pave the way for crewed missions to the moon with Artemis 2 as soon as maybe 2024. Fortunately, it was down to about 55 knot winds when it hit us. We had some flooding and stuff, but overall, we're looking good, according to NASA's associate administrator. And it's really good that we got that big rocket back in the barn. Ian tracked right between pad 39A and B as it went across there. And it was good to know the SLS, we're safe. Getting ready for Artemis 1. All right, so yeah, mid-November at the earliest. So,
well, it sounds like they can fine-tune that thing and maybe get some Hot Shot Secrets gasoline extreme in that thing.
There you go.
What do you say?
All right, there you go.
But yeah, going back to Elon Musk, Steve, he's talking about putting 40,000
yes
low Earth ordered satellites. 40,000, Steve. Man, we gonna be able to launch anything if he gets all them up there? You're talking about dodging bullets.
Yeah. I mean, space is getting pretty crowded.
And Steve, I guess the whole reason for this is he can provide Wi-Fi for the whole world. That's the purpose of this.
Correct.
And China can't have that, Steve. They want to control the Wi-Fi. They want to control the internet. They don't allow their people over there to see only what they want them to see. And so if they got access to free Wi-Fi, that's a problem. So just keep that in mind.
I hadn't really thought of it that way. So they can't, I guess they can't censor or control the connection from
Correct.
the Starlink satellites.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Surely they'll find a way to block access in the country for the satellite. They'll jam the satellites or something.
Yes, sir. Speaking of jamming, Steve, I mean, I'm going back a few months now. I don't know if I've mentioned this to you, but over there towards Taiwan, real quick, and I'll get off here. There was an Australian AWACS plane. It's an anti-submarine type plane. You know, the big planes with the big circles on top. AWACS planes. Apparently a Chinese fighter shot out some flares, and these flares are they're not like heat-seeking flares, you know, to disrupt a heat-seeking missile. They're a jamming flare where they jam signals and whatnot, and they leave out these little small aluminum strings, very, very tiny. It got into the engines of that AWACS plane. Luckily, it didn't have to force land somewhere close, because if that thing would have landed in Chinese territory, Steve, there's big trouble. And they got themselves an aircraft, high-tech aircraft.
A lot of technology, yep.
So, hopefully they would, I don't know, they got some C4 on there. Like they did the helicopter and went down on the Bin Laden raid. They blew that thing up, man. But, all right, my man. Let's get ready for fall. It's here, man. Temperatures are dropping.
Have you got your snow shovel all dusted out, ready to go?
Yeah, man. Unfortunately, I did. Steve, I got that thing out of the garage the other day. It was back in the corner. I pulled it out and put it up towards the front. So it's a coming. All right, man. Everybody be safe. Hammer down.
All right. Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. All right, there you go. Yeah, Elon Musk, the Starlink thing. Yeah, that was a blurb that came across yesterday. Governor DeSantis said SpaceX chief executive Elon Musk agreed to provide the company's satellite internet service, Starlink, for help in response to Ian, especially in the southwest Florida that's still without connectivity. Apparently, there's As I heard yesterday, as many as 10,000 people that are, quote, unaccounted for because the phone service is down and people don't have the ability to contact friends or relatives. They assume many of them are in various shelters and whatnot, but until they can get all this paperwork confirmed. But either way, we're working with Elon Musk and Starlink satellite. They are positioning those Starlink satellites to provide good coverage over Southwest Florida and other affected areas. We're expecting 120 additional large Starlink units to deploy to Southwest Florida. I guess that'd be the satellite signal comes down that relays it out to the communities that are in need of internet access, which obviously would make it a whole lot easier to be able to coordinate things. In this day and age, how is it? How would you be able to get by if you didn't have any internet connectivity? I mean, think about that realistically. When there's talk about an EMP, something that would disrupt all that. I mean, virtually everything uses the internet. I mean, I've said for years, I think we're too heavily reliant on the internet for, your water treatment facilities, your electric generation facility, everything, internet. And people go bat crap crazy when they lose their phone. I can't survive without my phone. I got to have that constant communications link. Hundreds of thousands are still without power, they say, and other basic needs. They're in Florida. First responders going door to door searching for survivors or bodies of people who may have perished in that storm. Yeah, the storm believed to have killed, as this particular story says, at least 82. In Florida, another 4 deaths in North Carolina. That was the count early Sunday from the NBC count. Everybody's got different numbers. The Associated Press had a number of 47 in Florida from the hurricane. More than 1,000 people had been rescued as of Sunday morning, according to the head of the National Guard there. But some of those eerie post-apocalyptic scenes of the storm's aftermath. People in hours-long lines for gas. Thousands still stuck in shelters. Rescue efforts continued on the barrier islands with the Coast Guard running evacuations by boat after road access was cut off, of course. Pine Island, they say, is akin to a war zone. Many homes completely leveled, boats thrown on the roadways. One resident who had actually 9 people in her home when the storm rolled in said, "I thought for sure we were all going to die. I just sat in an inside room with pillows. I crossed myself so many times, I thought for sure." The water just kept rising. Beach cottages and a motel on the shores of Sanibel Island. Completely destroyed. Just so much that's gone. Our electric system is pretty much destroyed. Our sewer system has been damaged badly, and our public water supply is under assessment right now. Yeah, Miami Herald said about 10,000 people are stuck in shelters in the state. So, much more. It's going to take such a long time. Tension's kind of running high. People waiting in long lines for gas lines. One woman in Lee County even accused of pointing a gun at a car with 2 women inside that she assumed were trying to cut in front of her. Come on, people, pack your patience, right? One guy tells the New York Times he waited in line for 6 hours to fill up 4 cans of gas. One resident Saturday evening says, "Where's all the fuel? We got in line at 7 o'clock Saturday morning. Every gas station or filling station was supposed to have a generator prepared to go at all times. Another man waited in his truck for hours, 2 different days, but left each time before ever even getting to pump any gas. One guy ended up sitting in a lawn chair waiting in the walk-up line with 3 gas cans, according to the Times. So, as of Sunday, the latest numbers, 850,000 homes and businesses still without power as they race to get the lights back on. I mean, that's a big drop. They were from 2.67 million now down to 850,000. Residents in Orlando being asked to conserve water due to the damaged sewage system. Municipalities in almost 24 counties are under boil water notices as of yesterday afternoon. Insurance estimates say recovery from the storm would be, right now they're saying, somewhere between $28 and $47 billion in claims, which could be the highest in Florida's history. Boy, that's... Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Speaking of Florida, looks like Philip's on the line. We'll grab Philip next. We'll get to the Midnight Special and Heat Wave. Back on board on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let me see. Hello to Sandy, checking in from Long Island, New York. Little drizzle, 58 degrees. Suffolk County is, their computer's still hacked. That's been going on a long time, hasn't it? It's just been like 2 weeks. So not good. It's affecting the people who work for the state of New York. And that was that ransomware thing. Forget what they were asking for. Was it how many $1 million worth of Bitcoin or something? I can't remember what the number was. May not have been that much, but yeah, it's. Let's see. Doug checks in. He said, as far as the Mets and the Braves, actually, Steve, at one point in the season, the Mets had a 10.5 game lead. Wow, and the Braves overtook them. That's big. That's. Hello to Devious, checking in from Virginia. Sure missed the show here on YouTube, as this is the only way to go back to the beginning of the show as I head out in the 1 to 2 a.m. hour. Or is there another way to do this without using YouTube? You know, if you mean like while the program is on live, you know, like trying to join right now, yeah, via Facebook right now, you'd be able to continue watching the live feed. but you wouldn't be able to go back and start at the beginning until the show wraps up. I didn't even realize that you could go back to the beginning on YouTube while the program is still in session. So aside from that, yeah, I guess all the various apps and whatnot. Obviously, the download on the iPhone or the Android. After the show, you can always go back and listen to the podcast from all the various podcast streaming services. But if you want to join in and go back to the beginning while the show is in session, that might be the only way to do it. Maybe somebody has some tips. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Philip, well, you survived, I see, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm out here. I'm still cracking at it. Before I say anything, I just want to tell everybody thank you who tried to get a hold of me or was wanting to wonder what was going on. So I appreciate everybody. And, yeah, we made it, Steve. We made her through it. We lost the fence. Neighbor had a tree fall down on the house in his camper. And we spent 3 hours chopping the tree up, getting it off his roof. But we're working, man. We're doing it. So how y'all doing?
Well, give us the update on Disney. I mean, I know the parks were closed like Wednesday, Thursday. Are they back open there yet, or are they still? What's going on?
Yes, sir. We are. We're back open for business.
Is that right?
Worked yesterday. Yeah, worked yesterday. We just had a little bit of tree damage here and there. Had a lot of water. Seen a lot of water, but we adjusted the lakes there. We can adjust the water level in the lakes and move water around with our canal system to put it where we can store it. So, but yeah, Disney's wide open. They're putting them out, man. Universal got some damage on one of their rides. So they're further closer into downtown Orlando, so they got a little bit more damage than Disney did. Disney's got its own property, so it's a little different. Yeah, we made out all right. We can't complain. I can tell you this much. That thing was a long storm, and it was on and off. It just like somebody turning a light switch on and off when that wind and the rain would hit. Never seen a storm like that before, Steve. Usually in a hurricane, it starts and it just keeps on going.
Mm-hmm.
This thing, it would get real bad, and then it would settle down, and then it would get bad again, and it'd settle down. And it was more like squall lines and waves more than it was anything. You learn a new thing each time you go through one of these stupid things, and it amazes me. But Steve, I got to thinking about it. Maybe this is Mother Nature's way of saying, and I never really sat down and put a lot of thought into it until I had to sit through one as long as I did the other day. Maybe this is Mother Nature's way of saying, hey, you stupid fools need to stop building stuff and stop going where we don't want you to go.
Yeah.
So you look at Captiva in Sanibel. You see the destruction on the causeway, and you see the bridge and all that. Mother Nature didn't put a bridge in there for a reason originally. And there's a reason why Mother Nature has things where people live at. And I think we've developed way too much down here, and this is proof of it. I'm not trying to beat on the bandwagon or anything, but I mean, it's just, you see Fort Myers, Steve? Did you see the destruction in Fort Myers?
It's mind-boggling. It's astounding.
It is. It's absolutely, like 30, 40-story buildings, and the first 3 levels were wiped out because there was a 30-foot wave that came through and took the first three levels of the building out.
Yep.
You got sand 3-4 blocks in from the beach. They got, and all this footage that they've got is crazy. I mean, it's in some time-lapse footage.
Yep.
Of Fort Myers, and it shows the sand and everything building up. It shows everything. Did you get that footage I sent you on them air rescues out there?
Sure did. Yeah, I was watching that yesterday morning. Yes.
Now, I'm going to tell you what, that is kudos to the Coast Guard. But you know what? This shows you how dumb somebody is. The man goes up to a house and asks the gentleman, he said, okay, I'm Coast Guard. I'm here to get you out. How many people, general information. The guy said, I don't want to go. Now, how would you not want to go when you got 6 foot of damn water in your house and you're probably sitting on a table to survive? I don't understand that. And be quite honest, why are you going to not go when we are sitting on a barrier island that there's no bridge, there's no possible way that you can get out of there other than a boat or a helicopter?
And I'm thinking there's no way they've got electricity. There ain't no running water. I mean, I don't know what kind of,
What is there to protect when you get to that state? Nobody's going to steal your stuff because it's all underwater. And about probably all of it is probably runt because of all the moisture and all the other crap that's in there. I just don't get it. But I've got a cousin that's over in Indian River County, Vero Beach. They made out pretty good. But right now, they are at Fort Myers, and he works for the Indian River County Sheriff's Department. And they're out there with 3 boats and supplies, and they're going to spend probably about a month out there trying to help people, trying to get people out, trying to, get people to where they can see what the places look like or whatnot. But, that's the folks that need to be appreciated for what's going on.
Yes, sir.
And as far as you were talking about the satellite service, okay, so our cell service went real sketchy on us Thursday. So I had power the whole time through the storm. I made out okay. I didn't want to get on the internet. I didn't want to do a lot. You probably seen me. I reported in with email instead of calling in.
Correct.
Because I didn't want to. Our cell service was real sketchy, but I could have set up the Wi-Fi calling, which I ended up doing on Friday, and our cell service is back good now. But that technology, like you were talking about earlier, everybody has to live with the internet now. Well, here you go. I mean, my air conditioner, the times my power did flicker, my internet had to be on to reset my air conditioning in my house. And just stupid things like that, but we made out okay. I know there's a lot of people out here that isn't. They need to emphasize on the southwest side of Florida. So we'll get through it. And Steve, I heard we possibly might have another spec down there on the Caribbean. Have you heard anything about that?
No, I hadn't seen anything on the Caribbean. I saw that there was one out there, way out in the Atlantic, but I'll do some double checking on that. We'll get to that coming up here. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you as we roll into a Monday morning, get the new week started. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Hurricane Ian has left dozens dead and hundreds of thousands of people still without power in Florida. Republican Senator Rick Scott joined Face the Nation to talk about the horrible experience of the storm. The President and First Lady will be traveling to the state on Wednesday to survey the damage.
We lost a lot of buildings, and so I hope the death count doesn't go up. There's families that have lost everything, and they're still struggling to figure out, if they found all their loved ones.
Chechen leader Ramzan Kadyrov on Saturday urged Moscow to consider deploying low-yield nuclear weapons in Ukraine after Russian forces retreated from the city of Lyman. In a post shared on Telegram, Kadyrov said he believes more drastic measures should be taken right up to the declaration of martial law in the border areas and the use of low-yield nuclear weapons. Kadyrov is a close ally of Russian President Vladimir Putin, who appointed him to govern Rostov Chechnya in 2007. The comments came after Russia lost its stronghold of Lyman in eastern Ukraine following a massive offensive from Ukraine. The Russian consulate has been vandalized.
New York police are investigating a possible bias incident after red paint was sprayed on the Russian consulate. There were no obvious words or symbols painted on the building. The incident came just hours before Russian President Vladimir Putin signed decrees to annex 4 Ukrainian provinces. President Joe Biden described Russia's claims of annexation as phony and, quote, having no legitimacy. As of Saturday night, no arrests have been made and the investigation remains ongoing. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Areas of Florida with homes that are uninhabitable and likely to be for months, if not forever. Some are total losses, sustaining massive damage or swept away altogether. The death toll is currently more than 70, with more certain to be added. There have been some public political back and forths suggesting either that local officials should have evacuated their communities sooner or that federal agencies aren't doing enough. But Florida Senator Marco Rubio, appearing on ABC's This Week Sunday morning, said he thinks the White House is doing an excellent job of helping Florida in this crisis.
It's an extraordinary mobilization of the Army Corps, the Coast Guard. I mean, virtually every federal asset that's available, not just through FEMA, but other agencies.
FEMA Administrator Dan Criswell appeared on ABC's This Week Sunday, where she told us that she and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis spent the entire day together on Friday dealing with Ian's aftermath.
I committed to him that we would continue to bring in resources to meet the needs, not just for this response and the stabilization, but as we go into the recovery efforts.
The Buccaneers host the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football. Speaking earlier this week, Tom Brady said the defense has been playing great.
They've been doing an unbelievable job, and they're keeping us in every game. And you know, we got to ultimately go out there and find our rhythm and score more points and take some pressure off them too. But I know that they feel like, you know, they have a great group and they're, you know, they feel like they're doing a great job, which they are.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome officially into a Monday, 3rd day of October. Trust you had a good weekend as well. Plenty to cover into the industry headlines, which we'll get to coming up momentarily. I want to first of all get to the Midnight Special. Thanks for hanging in there. Morning, Midnight Special.
Hey, good morning, Steve.
How was your weekend?
Just starting it. Pretty good. Just starting my Tuesday out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I started up down there in Beckley, West Virginia at the service plaza, and I thought I was going to have to put a pair of long johns on when I got out of the truck. It was so cold.
It's getting chilly.
Headed up here to the Buckeye. But back to Florida, my wife, she volunteered with Samaritan's Purse, and she went down on Friday evening. She said she's in Inglewood, Florida, and she said it's like a war zone down there. She was in the military and serves in Iraq. She said it looks like a war zone.
I'm not real familiar with my neighborhoods. Would that be like the southwest portion of the state where they really got hammered?
Yeah, it's just north of Fort Myers.
Oh, okay.
And she said it's pretty bad down there. I think she's gonna stay down there all week. She's gonna stay down there the whole week and come back Saturday. She said it's pretty bad, but she called me yesterday and she said that all the cell towers, they were trying to get the cell towers back up, but we have Verizon. I think she was roaming on AT&T, I believe. Other carriers are letting them roam.
Mm-hmm.
But she said other than that, it's just heartbreaking what she saw. But I read something a while ago online that I heard OPEC's gonna have a meeting this week. They might turn that spigot off there.
Yeah, another 100,000 barrels a day, I think.
Yeah, so it might get pretty interesting.
I take that back. It's a million barrels per day. 1 million. Wow.
Yeah, I caught very beginning of that George Norris show there, and he had a guest on there talking about it. He said we might see $150, $175 a barrel oil if it happens. So it may get interesting. But other than that, that's all I got. But by the way, I heard old Barry Bonds said Aaron Judge had a few more home runs he had to hit to catch his record.
Well, yeah, with his record with an asterisk, right?
Yeah, he might have been on the juice, but he sure was fun to watch.
Yes, he was.
But before I go here, Friday I was sitting around the house there. It got rained in Friday, and I grabbed some of them pistolas and them black rifles out of the gun safe there, and I got them all lubed up with that Hot Shot Secret CLP.
There you go. Good stuff, isn't it?
But yeah, good stuff. Well, that's all I got, Steve. I thought I'd check in. Have a good morning.
All right, enjoy your Tuesday, and thanks for checking in. All right, for the first time, we got clear lines this morning, wide open at 844-3388. Since he brought it up, yes, OPEC Plus will consider an oil output cut of more than 1 million barrels per day when they meet this week, according to sources this past day that spoke to Reuters News. Now, that figure is slightly above the estimates for a cut that were given last week. Last week, they were saying somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million barrels per day. They're saying maybe more than 1 million. OPEC Plus, of course, combines the OPEC countries and allies such as Russia, will be meeting in person in Vienna for the first time since March of 2020. It is a meeting that's taking place at a very interesting global time. According to one source, the output cuts are being considered on the back of a slide in oil prices from the multi-year highs, of course, that we saw back in March and all the market volatility. Saudi Arabia, OPEC's de facto leader, first flagged the possibility of cuts to correct the market back in August. Now, meanwhile, we have released a ton of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The term historic, that term gets thrown around pretty casually in the financial markets. Yeah, historic rate hikes, historic inflation, historic yield curve moves. You hear that all the time, right? Sometimes things happen that are actually deserving of being called historic. And that was what we have done with our SPR. In November of 21, Biden ordered the excess release of 50 million barrels of crude from the SPR. Then, of course, in late March of this year, he followed up with the release of 1 million barrels per day until 180 million barrels was sent out into the general market. That was indeed historic in both size and in speed. Now, the SPR, established in 1974, it was established to safeguard our national energy security against possible events like the Middle East oil embargo of 1973, when some oil-producing countries temporarily halted crude shipments to the U.S. and several other countries out of protest. Of course, that embargo caused prices at the pump to skyrocket, gas stations running out of fuel. Yeah, that was the era marked by long lines of cars waiting to fuel up and gas stations with no gas to sell. Now, the SPR was technically designed to help the government manage the price. It was never intended to manage the prices we pay at the pump. It has been used that way by several different administrations. Now, whether it works or not, that is another question. According to a study done at the Department of Treasury, The Assistant Secretary for Climate and Energy Economics, Biden's massive SPR release lowered the price of gas by maybe 17 cents to 42 cents per gallon, with an alternate approach suggesting maybe 38 cents per gallon. The question now is releasing oil reserves when there's no fuel shortages or lines at the gas station worth what might come next? I mean, according to the Energy Information Administration, the SPR has now dropped to its lowest level since 1985. Stockpiles have fallen to under 445 million barrels from the pre-release levels where we were at over 612 million barrels. So that's a depletion of about 27% in stockpiles in very short order. And you look at the current geopolitical situation, we need this thing to be refilled ASAP. The SPR was built to alleviate domestic supply shortages. In May of this year, the Department of Energy did release a purchase plan to refill the SPR, but that only accounted for about 60 million barrels. And they said those purchases will be taking place next year at lower prices. They were aiming to encourage U.S. drillers to boost activity now at lower prices by guaranteeing this demand in the future at a time when the market anticipates crude prices to be significantly lower than they are today. But as we just shared, that may be countered later this week if indeed OPEC Plus decides to cut production in excess of 1 million barrels per day. This could totally come back and backfire. All right. This purchase plan essentially introduces a buyer into the market at lower levels, the buyer being the U.S. government, and it potentially holds crude prices higher than they would be without the presence of the buyer. Worse yet, if there is some sort of a shock and crude supplies are interrupted, prices may not be lower, and that's exactly what we're looking to possibly see. The Department of Energy may be forced to buy whatever the market price is at the time, or they may delay purchases altogether. Yeah, refilling the SPR to a large degree, whatever the timing, may actually affect an artificial floor in the crude oil market. There are some concerns with the entire operations of such a large, rapid release, but make no mistake, it was indeed historic. The refilling of the SPR may also be historic, but that was a story from Market Watch over the past weekend, the historic release. And our number, 844-844-3388. Josh.
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
What is it, diaper changing time or what?
No, none of that stuff. Just woke up and don't think anyone from Hot Shots has been on yet since we released our new product this time. And no, Chris will be on Friday, but if anyone had any burning questions, be able to take those for anyone, or we can talk just a little bit about the product itself.
That's going to be, I did touch on it briefly Friday morning, I think. The everyday diesel treatment with the winter additive, right? You want to break it down, what we've got? What is it?
What is it? Pretty much, as people know, our diesel winter anti-gel we've had for years is a 7M1 product. Well, we started working with some truck stops. They were wanting to maybe put that into the truck stop, and they hated the name of it. And it's not a great name because it doesn't really explain that it's a 7-in-1 product. So we went back to the drawing board a bit and actually looked at a new formulation and came up with something that closely matches what EDT looked like today. And so came out with this diesel winter EDT plus winter defense. Same protection as the diesel winter anti-gel. Got a couple added benefits to it, including enhanced lubricity, and the product itself does not freeze outside of diesel till it gets below zero.
I think if I read correctly, it said down to, was it 40 below?
Yeah, fuel line freeze up is down to 40 below, and then the gelling point of diesel is 20 degrees lower than the initial diesel fuel itself.
So it's pretty much the everyday diesel treatment. So in the past, for people that use the everyday diesel treatment anyway, they would have to use that, and then they were having to add like the diesel winter anti-gel separately to get that protection from the freezing temperatures. Now, in other words, we've got that all combined into one product.
Well, the diesel winter anti-gel actually did that, but a lot of people did just what you said and added both together, and they didn't need to. So we renamed it, but we also looked at it from a user experience. A lot of people wanted to use our LX4 as well with the anti-gel, and we could not before. They could do it outside the tank, but if we tried to do it in the bottle, the chemistry didn't work well together. So we actually we went back to the table, reformulated it, and now it really matches how EDT works, just with the protection of anti-gelling as well.
So that pretty much, just hit the market last week?
Correct. Officially released on Thursday, and already seen some people showing it in truck stops as well. It'll be available at Pilot and Flying J's, as well as our website and our dealer network and Amazon shortly as well.
But right now, they could order it on hotshotsecret.com and get it shipped out tomorrow?
Correct.
That's pretty cool. So you said something about the truck stops actually kind of approached and you wanted your winter product kind of combined with the, because the everyday diesel treatment, is that not the number one selling diesel additive out there right now?
Correct. It's number one selling additive out there. Top selling in truck stops as well. And when, well, as you can see, it's at Pilot Flying J. They're the ones that approached us and said, "Hey, we need something that for the winter for these guys." Mm-hmm. And so we went ahead and put this together for them.
That's pretty cool.
And it's really concentrated like EDT. It goes twice the dosage, so 2 ounces per 25 gallons. And then to get the performance dose, not only for extra cetane and lubricity, but when below zero, go to 4 ounces per 25 gallons.
Okay. Well, meanwhile, I know you've had a busy summer. So is the NTPA pooling season, is that pretty much concluded now, or is there anything left?
There is a couple regional shows left, maybe just one, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
But the Grand National or the National Series is officially over.
Okay. Now you got you were there for the Enderley pull-offs and the big events. How'd things go?
Went very well. We actually ended up with a Grand National champion in the two-wheel drive class, Brett and Christy Seacrest out of Coldwater, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Came up with the championship, and in Super Farm, we didn't grab the top slot, but I think we have 3 out of the top 5.
That's not bad. Not too shabby.
Absolutely. A great year, and, looking forward to doing even more next year.
Mm-hmm. So does that mean you get a little break from your travels for as we head toward the holidays?
Yeah, a little break in travels overall, but 2 big events coming up yet is the SEMA show out in Vegas, and then PRI in Indianapolis in early December.
Okay, the SEMA show. Yeah, that's, I don't know. Did they have that back to full tilt last year? Seems like you all were there for the SEMA show, and there was another show going at the same time because Chris was over at one venue and you and Kyle were at another venue.
That's right. Apex is the other show, and that's kind of the automotive aftermarket, like business side of the show. Most people don't know about that show, but yeah, it was pretty much at full force as far as what they do. Attendance was down a little bit, but I think it'll be even a little higher this year.
Now that all the COVID stuff is pretty much officially over with, because they still had restrictions and all that vaccine stuff going on, even last year for the show.
Right. And also there's a lot of international buyers as well, so I think a lot of the borders are now open and they can, travel in and out a lot easier as well.
Good deal. So you say, have you heard any further? Is Chris on for Friday, or is he still like maybe, or is he not sure, or what do we know?
He is on for Friday.
He is on for Friday. Okay.
Yes.
That should be good. All right. Well, I appreciate you taking some time to dial us up this morning, Josh. It's great to hear from you.
Absolutely. Have a great show, Steve.
All right. And get some rest. You'll be having to head into work before you know it. It's as we head toward news break, bottom of the hour, it's 844-844-3388. A couple of industry headlines, quick like here. New law in Arizona allows for lane filtering, as they call it, by motorcycles in some situations. It went into effect last week. This makes it legal for motorcyclists to travel between lanes of traffic under certain circumstances, they say. Now, I was thinking that's lane splitting, right? Lane filtering, apparently, is not the same thing as lane splitting, which is allowed in California. Lane splitting is defined as driving a motorcycle between rows of stopped or moving vehicles in the same lane, included on both divided or undivided streets, roads, or highways. Lane filtering, on the other hand, refers to the practice of riding a motorcycle between stopped motor vehicles to the front of the pack, typically like at a signaled intersection, stoplight, that sort of thing. The law allows lane filtering under specific conditions when the posted speed limit does not exceed 45 miles per hour, when the motorcycle is not traveling faster than 15 miles per hour when filtering, the vehicles have to be stopped, and the street is divided into at least two adjacent lanes in the same direction of travel. So I learned something with that particular story. Lane filtering, a little different than splitting, but all right, we'll get our news break. Bottom of the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Ukraine on Sunday claimed full control of the eastern logistics hub of Lyman, Kiev's most significant battlefield gain in weeks, providing a potential staging post for further attacks to the east while heaping further pressure on the Kremlin. The stinging setback for Russian President Vladimir Putin came after he proclaimed the annexation of 4 regions covering nearly a fifth of Ukraine on Friday, an area that includes Lyman. Kiev and the West have condemned the proclamation as an illegitimate farce. At a wine bar in suburban Detroit, about a dozen women strategized about how to preserve the right to abortion in their state. This was not a typical political event. There were no microphones, no literature to hand out, and few who would consider themselves activists. But I feel strongly about abortion, said Marianne Massano-Gadula. Women should be able to take care of their own bodies. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Who else checks in this morning? Sommers on board. Hurricane Orlean has lost a bit of its punch, but still a dangerous Category 3 Sunday as it heads toward Mexico's northwest Pacific coast. Between the tourist towns of Mazatlan and San Blas. I haven't been paying a whole lot of attention. Everybody's been focused on Ian, of course, and now the non-tropical storm that's kind of parked right off the eastern seaboard there. Rain. It's going to be a soggy first half of the week for many in the Northeast. Hello to Norman. Yeah, we're back on board here. Good to have you with us. A nice cool morning in north central Kansas. 52 degrees at this hour, he says. All right, let's see. There's Rick. Rick Friend in Columbus, Ohio, checking in. Hope everybody had a safe, awesome weekend. I'm on my first cup of coffee, getting it started. Go Buckeyes. There you go. A nice 47 degrees in Columbus, Ohio. Under the industry headlines, I guess it was that would have been Friday morning. Friday marks one of the most explosive moments in trucking history, when a truck hauling tons of dynamite near Springfield, Missouri, was struck by gunfire during a Teamsters dispute, which triggered a monster explosion that claimed the life of a truck driver. It was September 30 of 1970. So I was about 6 years old at the time. I don't really remember, right? I-44 near Springfield, Missouri, according to the reporting from the New York Times. 2 weeks prior to the incident, Teamsters Local 823 had gone on strike against Joplin, Missouri-based trucking company Tri-State Motors. Tri-State Motors continued to operate in spite of the strike. Well, it was that September 30th, 48-year-old truck driver John Gulp was operating a truck leased to Tri-State Motors, hauling a load of more than 20 tons of dynamite along I-44 en route to a mining area in southeast Missouri. Shots were fired on his truck, triggering a massive explosion that shattered windows 12 miles away in Springfield, Missouri. A crater, they say, that was 50 feet wide and 30 feet deep was left on I-44. Fragments of the truck were found for a quarter of a mile from the explosion site. Obviously, Galt died instantly in the explosion. At the time, he was a father of 4, making his first run for Tri-State Motors. Well, miraculously, no one else was killed or seriously hurt. But a witness later reported seeing shots fired from a car and gave police the license plate number. Police were able to track down the car and found a .30 caliber rifle as well as a spent shell. 2 Tri-State company drivers and Teamster members, Bobby Schuler and Gerald Bowden, both 29 years old at the time, were charged with second-degree murder. Bowden's wife was also charged with second-degree murder, although it isn't clear whether she was ever convicted or not. But Schuler later said he had also fired on a flatbed Tri-State Motors truck traveling in front of Galt's semi, but that he wasn't able to disable it. He argued that I didn't intend to hurt anyone. According to his 1972 appeal, Schuler testified that he did not mean to do any bodily harm to anyone. He never considered the possibility that the truck might be carrying dynamite. All he was really wanting to do was disable the truck at the time. I don't know, 1970. Is that an event you have any recollection of, Moose?
No, I don't remember that. For a minute there, where I thought you was going with that, they had that deal. I don't know what year it was. It's drawing a blank on that, but I think it was over there in. I think it was in Colorado. They had a guy, and he had high pressure. I don't remember if it was acetylene or butane or something. He was carrying some high pressure vessels in a van, and the guy drove by and took a shot into there. And boy, that was one heck of a mess. I mean, it just erupted. That was probably mid-90s.
Looking at the
I don't remember. I don't remember the dynamite story.
Yeah, looking at the photographs, from that day. It's a black and white photo, but I mean, a massive crater in the highway.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what makes dynamite so effective is earth moving tool, because you know it blows just as hard down as it does up. You remember that episode of Andy Griffith where the goat ate the dynamite and they was afraid that the goat was the goat ate that box of dynamite and they was afraid somebody's going to kick that goat, or that goat was going to headbutt somebody and blow the whole town up.
Yeah.
Barney had to get his harmonica and lead it out of town. What are you doing tonight? Playing the radio?
Trying to get things off and rolling for another week here. Yep. We done pretty good there the first 3 hours there. Things have kind of calmed down now, a little quiet, which is typical on a Monday. But
oh yeah, I heard that. I just really got motivated here. I had an interesting weekend and had to go to a funeral. An old friend of mine passed away, and I drive about an hour down there to his funeral, and it kind of a somber thing. I was kind of disappointed for him. He did a lot of good for our community and done a lot of public, done a lot of community building, a lot of community outreach, and he hosted a lot of bluegrass music, a lot of gospel music, and he done a lot of good for our area. And I tell you what, didn't nobody turn out for his funeral. I mean, it was kind of sad, really. But the good thing was he wasn't worried about it. He was.
Yep.
His troubles was behind him, but I just thought it was kind of disrespectful the way people just kind of just got old. I don't know, but then yesterday had the. Do you need to go to break? Now, don't let me talk you through your break.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Yesterday, I had a guy. He'd been putting me off for 2 weeks. Supposed to come over and check the furnace in the house, because I always like to get that furnace checked out, make sure the flue and everything's working good and all of that. Make sure all the safety switches and everything's functioning properly before I fire it up for the year. Well, we've had a couple of pretty cold nights these last couple of nights,
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if you know or not, my house is the Hobart house. It's all steel. I mean, there ain't no wood, there ain't no drywall, it's all steel, And you get a couple of cold nights and that steel starts cooling down, buddy. It's like a heat sink, If that steel's cold, you're cold. If that steel's warm, you're warm. That's just the way it is, And we've had a couple of chilly nights there, and the furnace guy put me off again. I sat around there all day yesterday waiting for that sapsucker to show up, and he finally called me at 6 o'clock and said, "Hey, man, I ain't going to get over there tonight." He said, "I'm going to be over there." He said, "I'll try to get over there tomorrow." I said, "Well, here's the deal. If you're not here tomorrow, I'm going to call somebody else, because, I've done played this game." And I said, "It ain't going to be long. We're going to have snow flying, and I want to get this done."
Yeah.
So I pretty much bummed the whole weekend away, but, I just trying to get out here and get something done this morning. Everybody's off tonight. I talked to Big Sexy there just for a minute, and I missed a call from Philip earlier. Philip tried to call me. I missed a call from him, and I just ain't a whole lot of people out moving. I said, well, I'll call Steve and harass him. Oh, and by the way, tell the princess not to freak out. I run across something this weekend while me and Simon was going through the storage room down there, and I sent it home with him, and he said if he gets off early one day this week, he's going to drop it by to you.
Okay.
Got a care package coming.
Okay, so don't freak out when somebody's coming up to the gate, right?
Right. Yep. So if he shows up, tell her it's okay. He's just dropping off some stuff for you, but I'll get off here. I know you're getting pretty close to that time and break time, and maybe I'll call you back in the loan list. Now I'll pull off here at the old P-Load, see if I can't suck up a little push water and get me a cup of Java. Everybody keep it twixt and spotted and solid, sunny side up, and I'm 10-10 on the side.
All right, safe travels this morning. Moose, be careful out there. Thank you very much for chiming in. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I guess a tip of the hat. Congratulations to this guy. XPO Logistics recently recognized a long-time company driver for a history-making safety milestone. Last week, driver David Frazier hit the 4 million accident-free miles mark. That's a lot of driving, right? The company called that 4 million miles the highest driver safety record in XPO's history, recognized for his 4 million safe miles at the Kernersville, North Carolina terminal that he's operated out of for 34 years. XPO said as part of the celebration, he also received the keys to a brand new XPO tractor with a customized cab design that displays his name and record achievement. He started driving LTL tractors 1987 with Conway, which was acquired by XPO back in 2015. But it can take a professional driver about 9 years on average to cover 1 million miles. So that makes Frazier's accomplishment even more remarkable given his tenure, according to the news release celebrating that safety milestone. So 9 million miles in 34 years' time. Way to go. And that's accident-free miles, mind you. And what else we got? A couple of other quick tidbits. Truck driver in custody after hitting another driver and driving away last Thursday, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the Turner Turnpike, east of Bristow, Oklahoma. According to News 9, a trucker was parked on the shoulder of the turnpike and was outside of his truck when he was struck by another tractor trailer. Now, he was killed in that incident, but the other driver kept on going. 2 more cars also wrecking due to the incident. No other injuries reported. But that driver that left the scene was indeed found 64 miles away at the Mays County line. All right. With that, it is 844-844-3388. Yes, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning back again, Your Honor, there. Hey, been hearing a little bit on the news reports and that there that they're talking how, the parts in Florida there won't ever be back what they were, the nostalgia of it and, the way it was the old way and that. Now, back in the early 1900s, the Florida Keys got a pretty bad storm through there, and they were still working on trying to evacuate people with the equipment they had, which I believe was a steam engine. And I believe while that hurricane was coming through, that steam engine was still operating. And I'm not sure exactly which direction it was going, but I'm pretty sure somewhere down there in the Florida Keys on some old little piece of track, there's still either remains or parts of that steam engine and train. And I guess every now and then, depending on what the tide does, it actually reveals some of that track that, was the original track down there.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, that railroad was never rebuilt out there through the Florida Keys. So, but you've been there to the Florida Keys with the ships and everything, right?
Key West, yeah, but Key West a couple times, yeah.
Yep. So even though what was there and what everybody enjoyed there isn't there anymore, doesn't mean what's going to come isn't going to be maybe as good or possibly better then, right?
It could be, just won't be the same, right?
Just won't be the same, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. But everybody will have a good idea, and there's a good possibility that the people that have been on those, like the Sanibel Island and that, when they do rebuild, if they choose to stay there, maybe what they do will end up being better than what they realized, what they had going. I mean, you don't know, but until you kind of get through it, so I don't know. It seems like a lot of people talking a lot of doom and gloom, and I know we've even talked on this show, the way the world's going now, that that our kids and grandkids and great grandkids are never going to know what we knew growing up. But
Yeah.
I mean, we also didn't know what our grandparents knew growing up, So, I mean, there were a lot of things I heard that I would never, that I was never allowed to do that I know my father and my grandparents did. So, I mean, but I think our lives are probably about the best for what they had, because we certainly didn't have the hard lives that the earlier generations did, but
Yep.
I think that the lives now are getting kind of easy. So we'll see, but everybody wants life to be better for their kids and not have to be so hard and be more prosperous, but we'll see how it all comes out. But I don't know. I just didn't want everybody to seem like it's all doom and gloom with what happened here. I know it's going to take a lot to rebuild and everything, but I'm sure we'll all get through it, and hey, got the possibility of something even better coming along then, right?
That's a distinct possibility. I know we're going to sink a lot of money. There's going to be a lot of jobs. A lot of jobs going to be available in Florida. If you know how to do some construction work, things of that nature.
Yeah, the big problem is you got to pretty much take your own housing and your own way to some sort of food with you and all that, because I don't know, it's the same way with like the oil fracking. They had all the jobs start, but the infrastructure to support the people living there to do the jobs wasn't there yet. That happened with all the fracking too. They didn't have enough hotel space or housing space, and they were trying to get more people to work in that. So I don't know. Everything's kind of feast or famine, it seems like.
You remember all the thousands of trailers the government bought, that FEMA bought after the one that hit New Orleans there? I wonder if we're going to have a bunch of hotshotters hauling trailers down there.
I'll guarantee it, because out there near Cumberland, Maryland, there's an old Army facility out there, an old Army depot out there that FEMA actually uses to store those trailers. And I forget how many thousands of them they have, but there'll be a whole bunch come out of Cumberland, Maryland out there. But you got to remember also, when we had that whole deal, there was a bunch of them that didn't get used.
Yep.
And they had a bunch of mold issues, and I forget we had the whole sheetrock problem with China, where the
And the
sheetrock
formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde, yes,
Yep.
sir.
I remember
so
that.
We got to be on the watch for that before we even get started here, to make sure that we aren't causing more problems than what we already have by trying to fix things.
Yeah.
But yeah. So that'll definitely be something that'll be on the move. I'm sure they're mobile and all them trailer part, the camping trailers. You're trying to get them all, serviced up and ready to go, and lots of 1-ton pickup truck working there for running down the highway, dragging them campers where they got to go.
And if memory serves, there was some pretty good pay involved in those hot shots hauling those trailers.
Absolutely, without a doubt. So, hey, with all that, I'm got a short morning here, so I'm gonna let you go and call it a day. And I guess I got to go check Facebook. God, I hate even thinking I got to do that. Now I got to go check Facebook.
Yeah, I saw you shared that on my page earlier. I see it's up there. So.
Yep, and I guess the other thing I should say is, as far as I know, I should be able to get this to link into this donation. I should be able to get it to link into the Mother's Day Truck Convoy, my fundraising.
Okay.
But I will share with you again my regular donation page and the page right to the convoy itself, or I could just share you the convoy page, and then you can actually get to my donation page from the main convoy page. Maybe I'll do that. I'll just send you the main convoy page, and then everybody can peruse. There's a $5 word. Heatwave had one. I'll get one here. Peruse. You can peruse through the Make-A-Wish website, Truck Convoy website, and then you can, if you want to, go on down to my donation page there as well. So.
Very good. All right. Well, and happy birthday one more time, by the way. All right. Happy birthday to you. I ain't gonna sing it. He's starting to call me Knucklebuster, singing on the radio. Making everybody turn the radio off. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Rolling into the early hours of a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. areas of Florida with homes that are uninhabitable and likely to be for weeks, if not months, to come. Some are total losses, sustaining massive damage or swept away altogether. FEMA has been in Florida since before Ian arrived. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell appeared on ABC's This Week Sunday morning, where she said they are working with state agencies to help those who were affected.
There is a lot of devastation, significant damage in the point of impact on the west coast of Florida, but still homes underwater in the central part of Florida.
FEMA is on the ground helping with cleanup in Florida and Puerto Rico from recent hurricanes, including assisting with getting power back up and running. Chris Krebs, former director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, spoke about the electrical grid recovery in both places on Face the Nation.
The power teams have done a good job in Florida, and they've actually, I think, done a good job in Puerto Rico as well after Fiona. When you're looking at 10 days after Fiona, 90% of the power is restored. In Maria, that took about 7 months.
President Biden is scheduled to visit both places this week. It's been 5 years since carnage and death sent this family running into the night, leaving them separated and terrified as a gunman rained bullets into an outdoor country music festival crowd on the Las Vegas Strip. The memories don't fade, they sharpen, William Bill Henning said as he prepared for ceremonies in Las Vegas, marking the date of the October 1st, 2017 massacre. Chaotic and unreal, he recalled, a human stampede. He's now part of a survivor community, thousands strong, one that's helped him sort through the horror of what happened during the deadliest mass shooting in modern U.S. history. 58 people were killed and more than 850 were injured among a crowd of 22,000. This is USA Radio News.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. No doubt. This is why so many people are joining Medishare right now. Medishare is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly health care costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. Medishare can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. And Medishare is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that's worked beautifully for 29 years. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Hurricane Ian has left dozens dead and hundreds of thousands of people whose lights are still off in Florida. Republican Senator Rick Scott joined Face the Nation to talk about the horrible experience of the storm.
We lost a lot of buildings, and so I hope the death count doesn't go up. There's families that have lost everything, and they're still struggling to figure out, if they found their loved ones.
President and First Lady will be traveling to the state on Wednesday to survey the damage. The Suicide Prevention Hotline is quite busy these days.
The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline has seen a 45% increase in contacts, primarily in people texting or sending messages seeking help compared to last year, according to new data from the federal government's Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration. The call center was launched on July 18th. 988 is the new 3-digit number for the service previously known as the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
And former longtime New York Jets offensive linemen Marvin Powell and Jim Sweeney died this week. Powell was 67. Sweeney was one of the most durable Jets players, starting 158 consecutive games. He was 60 years old. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
All right, real quick, I got 60 seconds. Let's get you a keyword, right? your chance to win $1,000 cash. Keyword this hour is save, S-A-V-E. You win $1,000. How much of that are you going to save? Go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app in this nationwide contest. And, of course, for additional keywords, tune in, tncradio.live, 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Those are all Eastern time. Each weekday, week number 3, off and rolling. Save is your word. All right, back on a Monday. Final hour, off and rolling. Now, as we count down the days till midterm elections, right? What may happen in the event that Republicans retake the House? Well, it depends on who you ask, but Representative Mike Turner this past day said, get ready for a wild, wild West spending spree in Washington. If Republicans win the House in November, trying to push through every package they can, that would be the Democrats, before they would have to relinquish their gavels. They're going to see this as an opportunity to get through a bunch of things they've been waiting patiently on the sides to get done, said the Ohio Republican. We're going to see some unbelievable contortions by Democrats to get things over the line before they lose power. The extra spending will come while the president blames Republicans for the national deficit and inflation. But Turner said it's clear to see how out of control the spending has been under this White House. You see it at the grocery store, you see it at the gas pumps. This is the effects of out of control spending. You can't say you're going to spend $10 trillion and then spend $9 trillion and then say, I saved you $1 trillion. But that's what they're doing. And now raising the interest rates on families and businesses, which is only going to result in a recession. He also said this past day that the administration's foreign policy moves in China, Iran, Russia, where Russia's concerned, he said Putin's fiery speech last week likely reflects more of his thinking than other declarations he's made, and that this administration needs to heed the warning signs. Well, we need to step up the game on missile defense. We have assets in Europe. We need to engage them so that they can provide protections to our allies, including Ukraine. We need to move other missile defenses as assets in the area so they're not just a casual observer if Putin actually makes good on these threats. And we see the use of these catastrophic weapons. Meanwhile, when it comes to North Korea, Vice President Harris was out of her realm with her visit to the DMZ between North and South Korea. She's a bit confused on a number of things. When you go into an international situation, it's as if the first time she's ever heard of it, which is pretty dangerous for someone in her position. She's actually learning on the job. All right, he had a bit more to say, but let's get back to your calls here on a Monday morning. Hope you had a good weekend. Captain Ron checking in, another survivor in Florida. Good morning.
Happy Monday.
Yeah, your favorite day. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we wouldn't dread Monday if we didn't have weekends or vacations. So if we just worked all the time, there wouldn't be no problem, would there?
I don't know.
Logical, isn't it?
I don't much like the idea of a 7-day work week.
Right. I talked to my friend down there at Port Charlotte yesterday, And he got up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go get in line to get gas, and they didn't open till 7. And then the other problem on top of it is it's cash only, because there's no power. I'm assuming they're running off of generators. I don't know. And then he went around, I guess the National Guard's there, so he was running around getting the MREs, and it's hard to find ice. And he hit one spot that was serving up hot meals, and it was pulled pork and mixed vegetables.
Mm-hmm.
But it's pretty rough. I don't know what they're doing to go to the bathroom.
Right. Yep.
I don't know how all that's working. But I'm glad they're finding survivors. I thought it was going to be way worse, but maybe not. I hope my number was wrong, but there's still a lot of searching to go on.
A lot of places they haven't got into yet.
Yeah. There was a dam that broke Friday night down by Inglewood, and it shut down 75. It flooded 75. I'm assuming it's open. I haven't heard anything else.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's
one of our drivers.
I know there was a section, like that was like along the Alligator Alley portion, right? Over the weekend.
It was north of that. It was north of, it was Friday night, exit 193. And one of our drivers got down there, and he had to turn around and go back north on the southbound side to get off. That's what people were doing. And to answer Heatwave's question, that nitrate ponds, what was that, Piney Point? Was that the name of it? That sound right?
It sounds right.
I think it was Piney Point, but I haven't heard a word on anything about that.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's all right. It's just a little bit south of us. It's just between Tampa and Sarasota.
Yeah.
And I'm still seeing tons of relief vehicles going down, reefer trailers, convoying down, all kinds of, that's a ton of RVs. I don't know if they're contractors or if it's people renting them to stay in down there, or I don't know. Maybe it's temporary housing. I don't know. But I'm seeing tons of RVs headed down.
Yeah, I wonder how many people who had RVs maybe took them out, evacuating, and they're just coming back, you think, maybe? Or
I don't know. It could be. People with boats headed south. I guess it could be volunteering. I don't know. I'm thinking the RVs are for contractors, though, really, coming down.
All these, where are they putting all these? Got 40-something thousand linemen. When you line work, where are they putting them all up, after their shift?
I don't know. Our Walmarts and all of that, we're running out of, like, the refrigerated stuff, meats and eggs and all of that, milk. We're running low on those things.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're maybe redirecting it down to the hurricane area or not. Maybe. I had a couple, I had to run Friday night into Saturday. There was a couple of relief trailers, like emergency disaster service or some sort. They were from Idaho.
Wow.
It had Idaho plate.
Long way from home.
So they're coming from all over.
Yeah, all these relief organizations. Yeah, the whole country. It's kind of heartwarming to see the way they rally around. The interesting thing is, here in 2 or 3 weeks, how many people are still going to be thinking of the people in Florida? Yeah, life goes back to normal so quickly.
Yeah, you forget about it.
Yep.
And unless you're in it,
Unless you're
you know
living
what I
it.
mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. They won't be forgetting, but everybody else, kind of just forgets. Oh yeah, there was a hurricane there, wasn't there?
Yeah, we just go back to living because it didn't hit us. But I'm so thankful that it didn't hit my area in Tampa. It would have been way worse because of the population. But it was going to hit somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
I just think it would have been way worse if it would have hit Tampa. But I guess that's all I got for the night. Oh, yeah, I did. I got a request from Horse Feathers for Facebook, and I'm glad he's into the 19th century with the rest of us.
Okay. He's just begging for donations. He wants to get those donations up for the Make-A-Wish convoy.
Well, he's doing a good thing, a good job at it. It's a good thing. So why not take advantage of it?
Absolutely. Yeah, got to use the resources available.
That's right. But that's all I got for the night, so I guess I'll talk at you next time.
All right. Hey, appreciate you checking in this Monday morning. Captain Ron there from the Sunshine State. And we shall return into on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Meanwhile, I've been following Big Ed's posts. Wherever the heck he is out there, in the land of fruit and nuts. I'm not sure if they're in. Where is that Miss USA pageant taking place? His niece, Amelia, I believe her name is, participating as Miss Oklahoma. So he's been out there, I guess, over the weekend, went to preliminaries, and I guess last night was at the main event. I lose track of all that stuff, but we shall find out how his a niece again, I believe it is. Ashley is her name. Ashley Earhart, competing in Miss USA. So Miss Oklahoma USA. She's a pretty girl, though. I guess if she's participating in Miss USA, they're all pretty girls, right? Well, I say 5-7, happy Monday.
Yes, it is. Well, first off, missile defense, the Chechen leader is hollering for Putin to use tactical nukes. Well, last I seen, the weather runs from west to east, and east of Ukraine happens to be Russia.
Right.
So, that nuclear waste has got to be going somewhere. So that right there is sort of a head scratcher. Two, it's going to ramp up seriously the issue. And obviously the Chechen leader is getting a little bit nervous that Putin's going to lose his grip on Russia. And possibly Chechen leader will lose his grip on his country. So it's getting hot, it's boiling. Where someone said last Thursday, we don't want to know what's going on over there. It has nothing to do with this over here. Well, I got a granddaughter in Germany that can be involved in it. All it takes is a click of the fingers, swipe of a pen, and she is on one of those missile defense computers. So, and you got to wonder if you shoot down a nuclear capable missile over your head, where does all that stuff go? So yeah, I'm worried. To me, it affects me, and it will affect our bottom line here, because guess who's going to have to rebuild all that mess? It's whenever they're all in a bad way. It always comes back to us. But and that's beside the point. Hey, you bring up subjects, and we comment on the subject, and other people comment on the subject. That's how it works. Hey, I totally left NASCAR when Bill France said, "You don't like 4 miles running a track, leave." That's what I did, and I was addicted. Every now and then when I happen to buy a NASCAR and I see they're down the last 3 or 4 laps, that's when you watch. That's when they race. And I'll see if it's a Ford or Chevy or Dodge out front. Maybe I'll stay and watch just the last. Boy, it's an addiction. But for the most part, this old boy walked away from it a long time ago. And I'm not interested in hearing it. But if somebody calls in, you mention it. They call back and forth. I ain't offended. Go ahead, enjoy it. It's got 5 hours to fill here, and it doesn't have to have everything. I don't have to give you permission to put anything on the air.
Right.
That's a fact. Now, Florida. I grew up as a kid in Florida. We got down there in 70, 71. By 73, I had a 57 Chevy, and I used to run up and down A1A. That's from Satellite Beach down to Melbourne, cruising A1A, and all along the ocean there was nothing but palm fronds, and palmetto bushes, and you could see the ocean and the moon glistening off the ocean. Of course, I spent all my money putting gas in the car, so I couldn't afford to buy a Coke or a hamburger for a girl. So there was no girl in the picture, but I was enjoying my rides up and down that way, and down on US 1. We used to run up and down US 1 on the other side of the Banana River, and us boys would get a little rowdy there, and we drag race from up around Cocoa, Florida, down into Egali, which, by the way, that's where I lived, Egali, Florida. That don't exist anymore. Melbourne more or less chewed it up and incorporated it, but I still went to Egali High School. But all along that route, US 1, 11 o'clock at night, man, we went crazy. And I've never got a speeding ticket in my life. I don't remember any blue or red lights stopping anybody down there, But I'm telling you, if you go up there now, you run US 1, you run A1A, it's nothing but house, business, house, business. It's crowded. I remember jumping out on I-95. They just opened it, across Melbourne there. They used to have dodge you off, go up over on US 1 when they were still working on it. And I remember cruising up and down I-95, and to the east was homes and different places there, but off to the west was cattle and timber, forest. And it just, but what it comes down to now is all this, all these people that, you could have a hurricane like this back then and you wouldn't have the destruction they have right now. But, hey, I understand. Florida is a great place to live. That's all there was to it.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I remember it still as very rural. So other than that, I was going to make a mention about, and finally, the union situation. I do believe the unions have gotten less violent than what they were back in the day. I remember, and for me, in '80, the owner-operators did a national strike, and I was driving along in a grocery truck, and I didn't have a CB in it, and a flatbed. All of a sudden, we come up to a bridge, and I was halfway up his trailer, and he rubbed me off the road. And I'm, over on the shoulder, we went up under the bridge, and of course, after he got on the other side of the bridge, he pulls over, and I look up on the bridge, there were some people standing up there, and I said, I know what he's doing, because he'd already heard that's where they were throwing stuff off bridges for these drivers during the strike. And then the very next year, after that was settled, the very next year, '81, they had the unions decided to go on strike. And doggone, if you thought, hey, if there was a guy passing me coming up on a bridge, and I was watching the bridges myself, and I actually got threatened because I was delivering back into the coal mines and everything. So hey, my boss tells me to go, I'm going to go. So. And the violence, and I still remember the man's name, R.A. West. It's right just outside of West Virginia, coming out with a load of coal, and on that strike, somebody shot and killed that coal truck driver. He had a wife and children. Got to wonder if his children will ever become union. I will say this: most union members tell me that most likely those are troublemakers, and they're not union. They're not rank and file union. So, but there you go. I couldn't be a union member because of the stuff that I've went through with them and what I've seen.
Yeah.
But
just like everything else, a lot of things have changed since then. Just like everything else, a lot of things have changed since then. Everything changes. Somebody ought to write a song about that. Right? Hey, news break just ahead here. National Propane Gas Association said we need an hours of service exemption to respond to high demand and recover from emergency conditions, they tell us. Specifically, they're asking the FMCSA to waive the requirements of CFR 395.3 to enable the propane industry to prepare and respond to peak periods of consumer demand. Give you more on that. I think that's published in the Federal Register. It was as of this past Friday. More on what that had to say coming up. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. Ukraine on Sunday claimed full control of the eastern logistics hub of Lyman, Kiev's most significant battlefield gain in weeks, providing a potential staging post for further attacks to the east while heaping further pressure on the Kremlin. A stampede at a soccer stadium in Indonesia has killed 125 people and injured more than 320 after police used tear gas to quell a pitch invasion, authorities said on Sunday, in one of the world's worst stadium disasters. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said on Sunday he sees no imminent invasion of Taiwan by China, but said China was trying to establish a new normal with its military activities around the island. A visit to Taiwan early in August by U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi enraged China, which subsequently launched military drills. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, a little more from the National Propane Gas Association. This was published in the Federal Register this past Friday. The notice of application for exemption. They're actually asking for a 5-year exemption for their member company drivers to do the following. Extend the 14-hour duty driving period to no more than 17 hours. Extend the 11-hour driving period to no more than 14 hours following 10 consecutive hours off duty. waive the 60 and 70 hours rule for a period of no more than 6 consecutive days, and allow a period of 6 consecutive days to end with the beginning of an off-duty period of 34 or more consecutive hours. This is a national trade association of the propane industry, membership of nearly 2,500 companies, 36 state and regional associations representing members in all 50 states. Propane, of course, is used in millions of homes, agricultural operations, schools, and businesses throughout the country. According to the trade association, they also noted the propane industry's role as an immediate response fuel in emergency conditions like hurricanes, wildfires, or blizzards. Although the FMCSA and states often issue emergency declarations like we have right now for 8 states due to Ian, national disasters, natural disasters, the Propane Association said they don't account for the large increase in demand in anticipation of the emergency. In advance of these conditions, during service through these conditions, the propane industry experiences significant increases in consumer demand, which creates an increase to deliveries to consumers as well as bulk storage locations. As a result of those needs, long and short-haul drivers often reach the maximum operating limits in 393.5 within 3 or 4 days in any given week versus the 6 days. So 5-year exemption is what they're requesting there. And it is 844-844-3388. One other industry headline before we get back to your calls. Professional drivers, you have till the end of this week to weigh in on the top concerns facing the industry. For the 18th consecutive year, the American Transportation Research Institute is turning to you, the drivers, to help identify the biggest issues in the industry today. Their annual top industry issues survey asking trucking industry holders rank the top concerns, along with potential strategies to address those issues. A deadline to respond will be this Friday, October the 7th. In addition to ranking issues overall, they also provide insights into how certain topics are ranked differently by the carriers versus the professional drivers. Last year's survey showed quite a disconnect between the drivers and the carriers. Carriers listed a driver shortage as the top industry concern. Whether your top concern is truck parking, driver compensation, detention, traffic congestion, whatever it might be, it just takes a few minutes to make your voice heard and for us to collectively let the industry know what drivers are most concerned about. Results of this year's survey scheduled to be released on October the 22nd. So just a short time after the 7th, they'll close that out. They'll publish the result. What's the top industry issues out there? I think for most drivers, the truck parking situation has been the number one as of late. Vic is on board. Hello, Vic. What's going on?
Oh, well, quite a bit, really. But you were mentioning that the hot shot people hauling those trailers. I remember back at that time, some of those drivers weren't getting paid. I think they were FEMA was contracting with the trailer manufacturers, and they in turn, I think, were setting up the contracts with the drivers. I remember at the time some of those drivers didn't get paid. I don't know if they ever got any type of settlement or not.
Really?
And then the other thing was, the government contracted with other people, and then some of those drivers were subcontracted at. And there used to be a big field down in Alabama there right after the I-85 split. as you went down 85, they had a bunch of those trailers out there in what looked like a big old pasture field. I don't know if they ever did anything with those or not, but I'm sure by now they're ruined if they didn't.
Yeah, right.
But anyway, but really, one other thing I wanted to mention there. I know a couple 3 weeks ago, Heatwave was talking about his company Yellow, and I just happened to look at that. The stock ownership on that is over 50% financial institutions, financial companies, and mutual funds, and they really don't have that much inside ownership of stock. So I would imagine that the institutions are pretty well determining how that company is being run. And he brought up the fact about a child molester somewhere within his company.
Mm-hmm.
Well, bad things going on there right now. There are some people that decide they're going to play vigilante, and they're hosting these websites trying to discover people that go on there for child pornography and everything. And they're actually breaking the law by doing that. And then they, in turn, try to out these people to law enforcement. And it's kind of creating a problem for law enforcement.
Well, that's what you just cited. That's exactly what transpired with this individual. This was not some actual law enforcement invested. This was a couple of guys that I know somehow had got in contact and was talking to the guy, and he thought he was talking to a 13-year-old girl, I think it was, and so they kind of approached the guy coming to the hotel to meet this youngster, and it turned out to be them, and they're telling him, you talk to us, or we're going to go to the police. So they get their story, and then, of course, then they did go to the police. I mean, I guess the guy thought, if I talk to them, they're not going to tell the police. But they're breaking the law if they don't tell the police about something like that.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of you know what the old Badger game is, where they get some guy inside a hotel room with an attractive young female or whatever, and then they threaten them to, usually it's just a shakedown type thing. So I guess it's a remake on that. But anyway, I had an occasion about a month or two ago to talk to the Pennsylvania State Police. They have something called a Magan section that does nothing but deal with child pornography. And in talking to them, they were a little bit upset about some stuff that these nickel and dime investigator things. It says they'll investigate people, and the first investigation is like for $1 or this or that or whatever. And unfortunately, up there in Pennsylvania, I had somebody that had a name quite similar to mine, and they had sent me an email on an old email. I didn't even realize they'd sent it to me until I started cleaning that up. So anyway, I that's what I was talking to them about, and they were pretty much decided, well, it kind of looks like that they're just trying to get more business, these nickel and dime things that send you all this information. And so, but they were commenting about that these people that are doing this vigilante stuff or Badger game, it's making their job a lot worse, and a lot of people will move out of state and move to another state, and then they won't notify that they're even gone, from whatever state they're at. But the big thing is, it increases these vigilantes, I'll call them. It increases the workload that the legitimate law enforcement, or like this Truckers Against Traffic. I know Truckers Against Traffic, I don't know if they still do that or not, but they always did a certain amount of investigation before they even would contact the police. And then I used to work with Covenant House up there, and that's quite you probably never heard of the Manhattan Meat Market, but that's where the pimps put people out there, and the other organizations that are trying to rescue these people from the pimps. They're pretty much under death threats all the time. So it's and every time that they do one of these nationwide stings, they arrest judges, first responders. They arrest an awful lot of people. And, of course, everybody's familiar with the Catholic Church, and they're not the only one that has that problem. So I don't know exactly, what the situation was, but it's a pretty sordid affair. And with our immigration policies now, they're sending an awful lot of young kids up here. The gangs are. And I forgot. It starts with a B, but there's one gang down there in Mexico that sends people up here, and they're told, you stay and you go through everything, because if you return, we'll kill you. So a lot of those people that are coming across that border down there, they are, in fact, escaping something, and they probably do need asylum, but they never put that down. And so anyway, and that's just another part of Biden's failed policies of Kamala Harris. But to get to what I really want to talk about was, I thought by the end of August that we would see a big bounce in the oil prices, because that's usually when people start storing for the winter and taking hedge positions on the futures market or cash market or whatever. But I didn't expect that they would come out and start increasing the interest rate to the point that the reason the market hasn't rallied that I see most often is everybody is looking for a recession and lower demand. And I don't know exactly.
That's what OPEC's saying, right? That's what OPEC's saying. That's why they're looking to cut 1 million barrels per day, which they may do later this week. According to the Reuters report, I think there are meetings on the 5th. So this Wednesday, OPEC Plus actually gathering in person to make that determination. And if they announce they're going to cut 1 million barrels per day in production, where do you think the price of oil is going to go immediately? Right back through the roof. That would not bode well being a month away from the midterm elections, would it? Because suddenly we could indeed see prices at the pump jumping back up to over $4 per gallon. Could it get back to $4.50? How high could it go? I mean, we spent, 180 days releasing 1 million barrels per day, trying to bring the prices down. And essentially, OPEC is looking to counter that. In one fell swoop, boom. Let's see. Steve's on board. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. It was tough, but we made it through another lazy weekend. Didn't do a whole lot. But anyway, with a fresh cup of coffee in hand, time to get back at it. Headed to town, saddle up in the old trash truck. Can't get finished if you don't get started, right? Everybody enjoy the day. Yeah, you got to get it started somewhere, don't you? Yeah, coffee up. Good morning. Happy Monday, Mr. Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Of course, positive thoughts and prayers continue for all in Florida. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for the northwest Detroit suburb of Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Hey, only 83 days until Christmas. That's Truck and Phil checking in this morning. Good to have you on board. We shall return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Came across another one of those, I don't know, is it comical? Another one of those electric vehicle scenarios. Which says, congratulations, you just purchased one of the most expensive high-performance electric trucks on the market today. You've gone green, and you've done it in style with the GMC Hummer. Starting at $86,645. That's right, the Hummer, now a green vehicle. What was once one of the biggest villains in the war on fossil fuels is now the poster child for responsible off-roading. Now, that's a hefty chunk of change. But at least you'll be able to save a bit with the government incentives. Most importantly, you can charge your car right there at home. Just like it was another appliance. Easy, convenient, and cheap. Right? Well, if you've got a day or 4 to spare. This viral video from a YouTube channel that specializes in electric vehicles. Guy tries to plug his Hummer into his home to charge it. Finds out it's going to take, at best, 1 day to charge, and that's if he has special equipment installed. Without that special equipment, it's going to take 4 days. 4 days to charge. Video begins with the standard 120-volt charging, level 1, as they call it. That's the standard current in your home right now. It's about 6 p.m. Tuesday, he says. And it says it'll be full by Saturday at 10:55 p.m. That is 4 days of charging. Wow. Now, to be fair, however, this won't be how most Hummer owners will be charging their vehicles. Level 2 chargers are upgraded. They upgrade your home station, which delivers a significantly higher amount of electricity than your regular home circuit would, but it requires special equipment and installation. According to Compare.com, the cost of a level 2 charger is about $500. Without installation, it does have to be installed by a professional electrician. But our intrepid Hummer owner has had one of those, the Juice Box. It was just that's a 240 charger. He had that installed in his garage. How much of a difference did it make? Not as much as you might think. Now it says it'll be done tomorrow by 6:30 p.m. So in that case, that would be about 24 hours of charging from 4%, almost dead, to 100%, 24 hours. That's with the level 2. Now, of course, you don't have to go to the full charge. The vehicle screen says the level 2 charger was adding 14 miles of range per hour of charge. Now, of course, you can fill a gas-powered truck in 5 minutes and not have to worry about installing a fast charger or leaving your truck plugged in every night. That's not exactly easy or convenient. And by the way, it's not entirely cheap, especially if you decide you don't want to charge your Hummer at home, but at a fast charging station that could get the job done in, say, 2 hours. Car and Driver magazine went to Electrify America charging station where it cost over $100 to fill up that Hummer at 43 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, that's $100, that's roughly what it would cost to fill up a gas-powered Hummer made in its final production year. Electrify America does provide a membership program that's going to reduce the cost by roughly 25%. If you charge it home, you'd probably be spending about $35 to fill it up. But then again, you're going to be waiting all that time. And by, don't expect to use your electric truck to do truck-like things quite as well as gas-powered trucks will. I had I think we talked about this story, the guy with the Ford F-150 Lightning, somewhat more modestly priced, but he's the one that was towing an empty aluminum trailer, 32 miles, assessing how well it handled the towing capacity, ferrying a recently purchased 1930 Ford Model A pickup truck back to the home base. And he started with a 200-mile charge, but lost 68 miles of range in the 32 miles he was towing, just the aluminum trailer. Once that Model A was on board, he lost about 90 miles of range in 30 miles. Learning more, if you're buying an electric truck to actually, if you're looking to tow a boat or tow a trailer, you ain't going to get far at all. So, yeah, if you just want to tool around town or maybe go pick up some mulch or something. All right, final tidbit this morning. Jimmy Carter, already the longest living U.S. president in history, turned 98 over the weekend, Saturday. Celebrating with family and friends in Plains, that tiny Georgia town where he and his wife, Rosalind, who is now 95 years old, were born in the years before World War I and the Great Depression. His latest milestone came as the Carter Center, which they established after their one White House term, marked 40 years of promoting democracy and conflict resolution, monitoring elections, advancing public health in the developing world. So, 98 years old for one Jimmy Carter. That is one heck of a milestone, right? All right, we'll close it out there on a Monday morning. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. Hopefully you'll come back and join us again at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight for the next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. lost in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but